Chapter 1391 Han Zexian's Legacy 2. Chapter 1391 Han Zexian's Legacy 2. 1391 Han Zexian's Legacy 2. Hey, brother Tian, want to check out Han Zexian's Legacy? Coolest suddenly suggested one day during their training. Tian Yang raised an eyebrow and said, that place is most likely crawling with people from the Immortal clans. We don't have to look at it closely. We'll only be going there to look at the sealed entrance, you know? As far as I know, nobody has been able to open it. We are only a few hours away from it, so we might as well go take a look. If you say so. Tian Yang nodded. Coolest retrieved his flying treasure, and they set out toward Han Zexian's Legacy, following the directions provided by the Jade slip. They stopped moving a few hours later when they encountered a massive mountain standing majestically in the middle of an empty plain. This mountain was so incredibly conspicuous that it could be spotted from miles away, yet it wasn't found by anyone until a year ago. However, those who have been to this specific area before swore that the mountain did not exist when they passed through this area over a year ago. Many speculated that the mountain had appeared after a specific condition had been met, but that condition remains unknown to this day. A large group of people were gathered at the base of this mountain, all of them surrounding a massive sealed door. This door seemed to be made from some sort of metal, and its color was pitch black, as dark as the void. Suddenly, a dozen of these people flew into the air and started bombarding the mountain with powerful martial techniques, causing the entire place to shake. The identities of the people in this group consisted of renowned experts from powerful families and sects, all of them having an immortal cultivation base outside the tomb. Yet, no matter how much they attacked the mountain, they were unable to leave behind a scratch on the mountain, let alone destroy it. These experts stopped attacking after consuming all of their spiritual energy and rested for a few hours. Once they restored enough spiritual energy, they started bombarding the mountain again, using powerful treasures this time. How long have they been doing this? Tian Yang couldn't help but wonder out loud. Coolest shrugged. Who knows? But knowing their stubborn nature, they've probably been at it for a long time now. Hey, look over there. That annoying woman is there as well. Coolest pointed at the conspicuous, beautiful young lady in the crowd. Even in a sea of people, Xiu stood out like the mountain in front of her. She looks bored. Tian Yang smiled. Suddenly, Tian Yang heard a familiar voice inside his head. You, who is qualified to find my legacy, approached the mountain. Han Zexian's voice resounded, beckoning him to seek the legacy. Tian Yang swallowed nervously. Even if he wanted to approach the mountain, he couldn't do so without being noticed by the Immortal clans. The Immortal Gu clan must be aware of Gu Lim's death by now. If I go there in my current appearance, they will, without a doubt, recognize me. Unfortunately, he used up all of his appearance-reforming pills long ago. He turned to look at Coolest, who was his last hope, and asked, Do you happen to have any appearance-reforming pills on you? Nope, I have never even touched one in my life. Coolest immediately shook his head. Why? Do you want to hide your face and take a closer look at the mountain? Well, Han Zexian just spoke to me in my head, and he wants me to approach the mountain. What? If that's true, you might be the key to opening the sealed doors. That won't matter if I cannot even get close to it. Tian Yang sighed. Coolest looked at the crowd again and said, The Immortal Gu clan is by the entrance, so it'll be impossible for you to get close without being noticed by them. Tian Yang then said, Even if I somehow manage to hide my face, having you by my side will still give my identity away. Forget it. We can come back later when the Immortal clans give up. That will probably take years. What if someone else takes the legacy before then? Coolest said with a bittersweet smile. We'll take my chances. Let's return to training. Tian Yang said, If you say so. However, just as Coolest turned around and sped away, an invisible force stopped the flying treasure from moving. Huh? What's going on? Coolest was puzzled when the flying treasure came to an abrupt halt, and it was not as if it had run out of spiritual energy. Did something happen? The flying treasure. Before Coolest could even finish his sentence, the invisible force pulled it, sending it flying toward the mountain. When heaven's name, the flying treasure crashed into the mountain a moment later, and Tian and Kulis were knocked off it, falling to the ground and landing directly in front of the sealed doors. Who dares? The immortal clans were startled by their sudden and rough entrance. The experts there immediately released their pressure as a precaution. Wait, it's me. Kulis raised his hands and said, You? Aren't you Kulis from the Immortal Might clan? What are you doing here? The people there quickly recognized him. However, their focus on Kulis was short-lived, as these experts quickly noticed that the sealed doors, which had remained closed for the past year regardless of their efforts, had inexplicably opened. The experts were so shocked by this phenomenon that they didn't even bother giving Tian a single glance and rushed to the doors. The door to Han Zexian's legacy has been opened, the experts announced with excitement as they entered the door. However, the moment the first person to enter the door took a step inside, his entire body exploded into a bloody mess, terrifying the others behind him. Master Chung. Oh my heavens! What happened? Suddenly, Han Zexian's voice resonated loudly, his anger reverberating through the surroundings. Those who lack the qualifications yet dare to seek my legacy will be met with a swift death. C1392 Consequences. Chapter 1392 Consequences. 1392 Consequences. After Han Zexian's warning, the experts who were prepared to enter the mountain immediately jumped back, distancing themselves from the open doors that were smeared with blood. Master Chung, who was a silver immortal, was instantly killed without any warnings. Seeing such a shocking scene, nobody else dared to enter the mountain. Fuck! If I had been first to enter. The experts that were following behind Master Chung began sweating profusely as they imagined themselves dying an explosive death. This must have been a trap. The door wouldn't open no matter what we did, yet it suddenly opened out of the blue. I don't believe in such coincidences, but we cannot ignore the qualification that Han Zexian spoke of. How does one even receive qualification? The experts racked their brains trying to find an answer. However, none of them could think of any logical explanation for their current situation. Suddenly, one of them turned to look at Kulis with narrowed eyes. Now that I think about it, the door unsealed itself when Kulis smacked into the mountain with his flying treasure. Do you think he activated a switch by accident? We've been smacking the damn mountain nonstop for the past few months, leaving no spot untouched. Are you telling me that we somehow missed a spot? That's highly improbable. Why did you even smash into the mountain in the first place, Kulis? One of them asked. Honestly, I have no idea. I was passing through this area when an invisible force stopped my flying treasure, and before I knew it, I was flying into the mountain. Kulis shrugged. Hearing this, the experts started mumbling to each other again. Sometime later, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Patriarch Gu. That person beside Kulis. It's him. He's the one who killed young Master Gulim. What? Are you sure? One of the experts snapped his head to glare at Tian with immense killing intent spewing out his eyes. Oh shit. Tian swallowed nervously when he realized that had been identified as Gulim's killer. This bastard. If I had known he was Gulim's killer, I would have killed him at that time. Another expert suddenly exclaimed as he pointed at Tian. This person was the master of the 7 Divine Sword Peaks, who wanted to acquire the technique Limitless Sword Domain from Tian. Kulis, why are you with the man who killed Gulim? A middle-aged man who resembled him stepped forward with a deep frown on his face. Young Master Kulis was also there when that man killed young Master Gulim. In fact, they were fighting each other before it happened. Another person suddenly revealed. What? Kulis, is this true? Are you involved with Gulim's death? His father was enraged when he heard this. Kulis found himself bombarded with questions, compounded by the various pressures bearing down on him. Even if he desired to respond, he couldn't muster the ability to open his mouth in such a situation. However, Tian was different, and he managed to keep a calm expression on his face even in a situation. Indeed, I am responsible for killing Gulim, Tian announced in a somewhat prideful tone. While it's true that Kulis was fighting with Gulim before I killed him, he had no intention of actually harming Gulim. It was solely my decision to kill Gu Lim, who mocked me. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Coolest looked at him with wide eyes as he spoke through divine sense. What do you mean? I already said that I would claim all responsibilities. Don't even try to protect me, or I will never call you brother again. Tian Yang showed a calm smile on his face. How dare you speak of killing my son with a smile on your face? I will fucking kill you. Patriarch Gu roared in anger as he abruptly charged at Tian Yang. Under normal circumstances, Tian Yang wouldn't stand a chance against the patriarch of an immortal clan, but with Patriarch Gu's cultivation limited to peak Spirit King, Tian Yang managed to not only dodge the strike, but even counterattack. Limitless Sword Domain. 10 majestic swords materialized around Tian Yang and immediately went after Patriarch Gu. After training the technique tirelessly for an entire year, he managed to increase the number of swords he could create from 4 to 10. Patriarch Gu didn't dare to underestimate the technique after sensing its formidable aura, but he still failed to block all 10 swords. After blocking 9 swords, one of them managed to slip through his defenses, severing half of his left arm. Fuck, you little shit. Patriarch Gus' aura exploded and his eyes turned red. However, even after the successful attack, Tian Yang was unable to rest for a second because the sect master of the 7 divine sword peaks had launched a sneak attack from behind him. Tian Yang did not try to block it and evaded it instead. After narrowly dodging the sneak attack, Tian Yang rushed toward the entrance to Han Zexian's legacy. Thank you for everything, Brother Coolest. If it weren't for you, I would have died on that day. If I manage to get out of this alive, I will definitely repay you. Tian Yang mumbled as he flew past Coolest. Omicron M, that bastard is heading for the entrance. He's trying to suicide. Stop him. I won't be satisfied until I personally skin him alive. Patriarch Gu shouted. However, none of the experts dared to approach the entrance, as Han Zexian's warning still resounded in their heads. Even Patriarch Gu, who was desperate, couldn't move his body out of fear. Without hesitation, Tian Yang entered the entrance, disappearing inside the mountain. What? Why didn't he die? That bastard. He must have acquired the qualifications. Is that why the door suddenly opened? He was the cause this whole time. A moment later, Tian Yang's voice resounded from inside the mountain. Come chase after me if you dare, you fucking losers. Fuck the immortal clans. Fuck the 7 divine sword peaks. I will acquire Han Zexian's legacy and kill all of you bastards. Just you bastards wait. Tian Yang's words left the experts enraged, but before they could curse back, the door to the mountain sealed shut again, cutting his connection with the rest of the world. I swear upon my surname that I will not let you leave this place alive. Patriarch Gu roared as he punched the sealed doors so hard that he broke his knuckles. Sometime later, once the atmosphere calmed down a little, the experts turned to look at Coolest with deep frowns on their faces, looking as though they were staring at a scapegoat. Coolest, you will answer all of our questions if you value your life. You will tell us everything you know about that bastard and how he acquired the qualifications to enter the mountain. I will torture you for answers if I have to. Don't think your status can save you now. Hearing such words, Coolest looked at his father for help, but alas, he only received a disappointed head shake in response. Even if he was the immortal Might Clan's young master, there was nothing his father could do to help him without receiving backlash from the other clans. I'm sorry, son, but we cannot afford to offend everyone here. You may hate me for not protecting you, but this is a mess you created, so you will have to bear the consequences. Coolest's father decided to abandon him so that the rest of the family wouldn't be targeted by the others. As the head of the family, he had a duty to prolong the family, even if he had to sacrifice his own son to do so. Thus, Patriarch Gu and several other experts dragged Coolest to a secluded location where they would interrogate him using all sorts of unspeakable methods for a long, long time. Meanwhile, unaware of the situation outside, Tian Yang walked deeper into the mountain, embraced by the surrounding darkness. Soon, a dim light appeared in the distance, and as he got near the light, a childish voice resounded. Master, it's been 6 hours. The next trial will begin shortly, Tian said, snapping Yuan out of his memories and back to the present. He stood up with a profound look on his face and said, "You can start the trial now." C1393, a truly priceless treasure. Chapter 1393, a truly priceless treasure. 1393, a truly priceless treasure. As the second trial commenced, Yuan found himself teleported to a vast, empty land. There was nothing in sight except for a tree line that surrounded him several miles away, with nothing between him and the trees. Tier 1, 0 out of 100. Tier 2, 0/1, 000. Tier 3, 0/10, 000. Tier 4, 0/100, 000. Tier 5, 0/1, 000, 000. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw how many opponents he needed to defeat for the Tier 5 reward. 1,000,000. In just 6 hours. He expressed his disbelief out loud. The very next moment, he could see thousands of figures coming out of the tree line, and they charged at him like a horde of monsters. When Yuan saw the appearance of these people, he immediately frowned, and his aura gushed with killing intent. These individuals bore the unmistakable appearance of bandits. They were none other than the gold and money bandits, a group that he despised to the very core of his soul. Each of these bandits emitted the cultivation of a divine warrior, from the first level all the way to the peak of divine warrior. Yuan took a deep breath and flew into the air, stopping only when he was right beneath the clouds. The bandits chased him into the air. Even though Yuan was surrounded by thousands of divine warrior bandits in every direction, he remained composed with a nonchalant expression on his face. After taking a deep breath, he waved his sleeves and used a sword technique that had recently remembered. Limitless Sword Domain. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 swords materialized in the air, covering the entire sky. Even Xian was only able to create several hundred swords at his peak as a golden immortal. Yet, Yuan had managed to create twice as many while only being a spirit king. Furthermore, each of his swords was imbued with enhanced sword aura, so they were also incomparably much stronger. Limitless Sword, First Domain, Endless Sword Stream. The 2,000 swords began to dance in the sky, attacking the bandits relentlessly. Tier 3, 1, 230/10, 000. In just a few seconds, Yuan effortlessly slaughtered over 1,000 bandits, and as he defeated a bandit, another one would appear from the tree line, so he had an endless supply of bandits to experience his wrath. Tier 4, 19, 213/100, 000. Tier 4, 39, 716/100, 000. Tier 4, 69, 532/100, 000. Tier 5, 101, 987/1, 000. Yuan had reached the last tier of rewards in only 20 minutes, achieving it much quicker than had expected. I will complete the trial in a little over 3 hours at this rate. The Limitless Sword Domain is much stronger than I anticipated. Although it consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, I have no problem keeping it up for 3 hours. Limitless Sword Domain, Rank, Mythic, Mastery. Level 1 Description. Consumes 25,000 Qi per second for every sword created using this technique. Overwhelm your enemies with sheer numbers and unfathomable strength. Increase the damage of each sword by 1% for every sword active. If it weren't for Yuan's monstrous cultivation speed, he wouldn't have been able to maintain the technique for more than just a few minutes. Of course, this doesn't mean Yuan was stronger than someone at the Golden Immortal realm. One's understanding of the sword also contributed to the number of swords they could create using Limitless Sword Domain, and Yuan's sword mastery simply outclassed Zexian. And while Yuan's spiritual energy capacity may be nowhere near Zexian's capacity as a Golden Immortal, his cultivation speed made up for the disparity as long as he didn't create too many swords at once. As long as he doesn't control over 2,000 swords at once, he would have no problem maintaining the technique for an eternity. A little over 3 hours later, the green scenery turned into that of a horror scene, where countless corpses piled as high as mountains with the bottom submerged in a sea of blood. Tier 5, 999, 999/1, 000, After killing the 999,999th bandit, the atmosphere became quiet as no more bandits spawned. However, a threatening presence appeared a moment later, and a single figure emerged from the sea of blood. This person looked exactly like the gold and money bandits' leader, and he had the cultivation of a third-level divine master. Yuan glanced at the bandit leader with a disdainful look on his face. He raised his hand toward the heavens and muttered in a cold voice, "Limitless sword, second domain, descending sword god." The 2,000 swords suddenly merged into a giant sword. When Yuan struck his hand down in the bandit leader's direction, the giant sword descended from the sky with unfathomable pressure and prowess. Seeing this, the bandit leader released all of his cultivation and swung at the incoming sword, creating a powerful blade made of saber aura. However, since the giant sword was strengthened with enhanced sword aura, the bandit leader's saber aura was powerless against it and shattered like thin ice. The giant sword crushed the bandit leader's figure the very next second, leaving nothing behind. 2. An orb of light appeared in front of Yuan a moment later. This orb of light slowly approached Yuan, but it didn't enter his body like usual. The orb of light stopped right in front of Yuan and began weakening its glow until it revealed the treasure hidden within. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw this treasure that was a single ring. He quickly grabbed the ring and pressed it against his chest, embracing it. Huangshao Li's spatial ring. Grade, Spirit, Description, an ordinary spatial ring owned by Huangshao Li. Even though the reward may seem insignificant and pointless to most people, it was a priceless and irreplaceable treasure in Yuan's eyes, and he wouldn't ask for a better reward even if he could. C1394 Fourth Heaven. Chapter 1394 Fourth Heaven. 1394 Fourth Heaven. After clearing the second trial, Yuan was teleported back to Tian, who greeted him with a gentle smile. "Congratulations, Master. You have cleared the stairway to heaven and acquired the qualifications to enter the fourth heaven." Meanwhile, an announcement was made for the players. Established its connection with profound heaven, allowing access for all players. It's player Yuan again. He's the first one to climb the stairway to heaven again. How long has it been since we gained access to the third heaven? The majority of us are still struggling in the second heaven. He's climbing way too fast. The disparity between player Yuan and the rest of the player base has drastically widened once again. Those from the 10 great families could only grit their teeth in anger upon seeing the announcement. Meanwhile, somewhere within the ninth heaven, also known as Supreme Heaven, the Celestial Emperor stared at the screen before him. Player Yuan again. Huh? What a pity that such a talent was born in that world. Who knows what he would have achieved by now if he had been born in the nine heavens. But if you keep progressing this fast, you will ruin everything I had planned, and I won't be able to stop myself from interfering. After pondering for a moment in silence, the Celestial Emperor muttered in an authoritative tone, "Initiate system update. Confirm." A few minutes later, a notification appeared before every player online. This notification immediately caused an uproar within the player base. What? System update? This is the first time something like this has happened since the game was released. What kind of update? Why doesn't it specify? This update is happening right after player Yuan reaches the fourth heaven. This cannot be a coincidence. I cannot play for 3 whole days. What the hell am I supposed to do in the meantime? This game has consumed my life. Inside the stairway to heaven, Yuan looked at the notification with a slight frown on his face. Since he knew the true nature of, he wasn't as optimistic as the others. "Then I'll see you later," Yuan said to Tian before leaving the stairway to heaven with the others. After leaving the stairway to heaven, Yuan and his group found themselves in the middle of nowhere once again. Yuan looked at Shimei and said, "Something urgent came up, so we will have to leave for a few days." "Huh? What happened?" She merely asked. Yuan took this chance to try something out and said, there will be a system update, so we players cannot log in for 3 days and 24 hours. She merely had a somewhat dazed look on her face after hearing his words. Then, after a moment of silence, she calmly responded, don't worry, I will wait for you to finish your business. You're not going to ask about the system update and why we have to be gone? Yuan pressed further. I'm sure you'll explain it to me once you are ready. She merely said, acting very natural. I really need to figure out a way to remove this curse. Yuan sighed inwardly. We'll leave after we arrive at a city, he said a moment later. Before they started their journey, Yuan approached Chu Liuxiang. What's up? She asked. Yuan retrieved Huang Xiao Li's spatial ring and offered it to her. I want you to have this. This is? Chu Liuxiang was taken aback when she was suddenly offered a ring, as it looked like Yuan was proposing to her. This is something akin to the sword I gave Li Jinxi, as it belongs to you. Sorry, it's nothing fancy. I don't know what this is about, but thank you. I will treasure it. Chu Liuxiang accepted the ring with a bright smile on her face. Meisho looked at them with a pondering expression on her face, wondering if she'd received something as well. Sometime later, they found a city and entered it. Then we'll see you in about 3 days, Yuan said to Shimei after renting a hotel room for her. They'll take this time to cultivate since it's been a while. She nodded. Yuan and the others logged off shortly after. Upon returning to their own world, Yuan gathered the others to talk about the upcoming system update. What do you think they're going to update? Wang Ming asked. Since it's called a system update, I think they'll readjust the system or something along that line. Shi Lang speculated. Whatever it is, I'm pretty confident that it has something to do with Yuan. Wang Xiaoying said as she looked at him. There's no way it's a coincidence that this is happening right after you reach the 4th heaven. Yuan nodded. I also think this update has something to do with me, but until we see the changes, we won't know for sure why. I'm going to speak with the Lord to see if he has any opinions, he added. Sometime later, Liya showed up at his mansion to guide Yuan. You've returned much quicker than I anticipated. Did something happen? The Lord asked him upon his arrival. He nodded. There's a system update for cultivation online. We don't know the details, and we won't be able to enter cultivation online for 3 days. The Lord fell silent with a pondering face. A few minutes later, he spoke. Since it's related to the system itself, it was most likely caused by the Celestial Emperor. Unfortunately, even I cannot tell you what he has planned. C1395 Two Options. Chapter 1395 Two Options. 1395 Two Options. The Celestial Emperor, Yuan had a feeling that the Celestial Emperor was the culprit since he was the one who created. It seems like I'm fated to cross paths with the Celestial Emperor even in this life, he sighed inwardly. Anyways, ignoring the update, I have reached the 4th heaven, so I will be heading to the Shadow Realm soon to find a soul to bring back. The Lord nodded and said, regarding the situation, I have learned some new information on why it is getting harder for me to maintain the formation. Oh, what's causing it? Yuan raised an eyebrow. I should have anticipated this sooner, but unsurprisingly is the cause. When someone enters, a part of their soul travels outside the formation to reach the 9 heavens. But that's not all, since their soul has to return once they log off. With so many people entering every day, it's slowly damaging the formation, hence why it consumes more spiritual energy than usual. The Lord explained their situation. Unfortunately, this information doesn't change our situation since there's nothing we can do to stop these people from playing. Yuan nodded, agreeing with the Lord. Nobody would believe them even if they revealed the truth to the rest of the world. After all, who would believe that a video game would result in 17:44 after all? Who would believe that a video game would result in the end of the world? Meanwhile, somewhere within the upper area of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Xiong Lu stood with his hands behind his back as he nervously stared at the cold-looking middle-aged man seated in front of him. The middle-aged man was Xiong Changxian, the head of the Xiong family and also Xiong Lu's father. Xiong Changxian placed the report in his hands down and looked at Xiong Lu with a cold and disappointed gaze. So you mean to tell me Not only did you fail to befriend player Yuan, who is arguably the most powerful individual in, but you even offended him and waged war against him. Bam! Xian slammed the table so hard that it split into two halves. Are you out of your fucking mind? He roared, causing the air to tremble. Xionglu was shocked by his father's reaction. Why are you so upset, father? He may be powerful, but he's just a single person without any backing. He's a nobody in the real world. A nobody? Are you seriously saying that? Xian narrowed his eyes. Seeing his father's response made Xionglu ponder if Yuan had a secret background that he didn't know of. He's just the adopted son of a fallen family. Even that family isn't much during its prime days. Xian shook his head and sighed. I didn't know I had given birth to such a dumb son. You disappoint me, Xionglu. What? Stupid? Me? Xionglu's expression froze with shock, as this was his first time being insulted in such a manner by his father. Look around you, the current situation of our world. This world is no longer the same as it was a year ago. Cultivation Online is no longer just a video game. The treasures and techniques we acquire in Cultivation Online will also affect this world. Those who continue to see Cultivation Online as a mere video game will be left behind by the rest of the rapidly evolving world. As the cultivation scene in our world continues to advance, the power balance in our world will also evolve. In the future, influence and power will held to a different standard, and those who are at the top of the cultivator world will undoubtedly monetize it all, just like Cultivation Online. In fact, we are already starting to see such a change. The legacy families are slowly losing power and influence to these guilds and clans that focus on cultivation. Why do you think everyone is desperately trying to increase their cultivation and acquire cultivation techniques nowadays? Because it's entertaining? Because it's something new? No, it's because their future depends on it. This is... Xionglu was left speechless by his father's view of the situation of the world. He realized that the world was changing, but he was short-sighted and failed to see the bigger picture. Ding! Xiong Chengshuan's cell phone suddenly pinged, catching his attention. Player Yuan has just reached the fourth heaven. Xiong Changxian announced what he had just seen on his phone. What? Xionglu expressed his shock upon learning of this information. Xiong Changxian looked at him and continued. While the rest of the world is still struggling in the first and second heavens, Player Yuan, all by himself, reached the fourth heaven. His access to treasures and techniques is incomparably better than the rest of us. Furthermore, this gap between him and the rest of the world will only continue to widen. You say that Player Yuan has no backing, yet he's clearly on friendly terms with the Bai family, and he's closely being watched by the Cultivators Association, which is rapidly growing in power and influence. It's only a matter of time before Player Yuan becomes the most powerful individual in this world as well. Now tell me, Xionglu, do you regret your actions? Xiong Chengxian asked. After a moment of silence, Xionglu nodded his head. Omicron him, then you will fix this problem you caused. If you cannot befriend him, then you can only crush him before he grows too powerful and becomes a problem for our family in the future. Xiong Changxian said in a cold voice. What? Xionglu's eyes widened with shock after hearing such words. He didn't think his father would suggest crushing Yuan after praising him so much. However, it did make sense. If a wild dog cannot be tamed before it becomes too powerful to control, they can only get rid of that dog before its bite becomes too dangerous. It just so happens that Player Yuan is currently living in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so you can visit him right away. Although I did give you two options, I suggest you try the first option before opting for the second one. Xiong Changxian said a moment later. Yes, Xionglu replied with a resolute face. C1396 Deviant Bloods. Chapter 1396 Deviant Bloods. 1396 Deviant Bloods. After receiving his father's orders, Xionglu left to ponder about his decision. Fuck, what should I do now? Due to his immense pride, Xionglu found it incredibly difficult to forgive Yuan, who spat his face, as well as ruining his image and damaging his reputation before his colleagues. Xiong Lu was someone who did not know defeat and stood above the majority of people in the world ever since birth. He always dominated every ranking of every game that he's ever touched, and he was always in the spotlight. However, things have changed since the introduction of the most popular game in history by far. Due to its popularity and exciting gameplay, Xiong Lu had never felt a stronger desire to dominate everyone else. Unfortunately, due to the appearance of player Yuan, someone nobody knew about, his presence within might as well be non-existent. No matter what he did or how much money he spent on the game, he cannot seem to catch up to player Yuan, who was achieving seemingly impossible feats left and right as though it was normal gameplay. This caused Xiong Lu to fall into depression for some time until he met Zhao Hui, an exile, who pulled him out of the darkness and gave him a chance to catch up to Yuan. Things got better from that point. He acquired powerful treasures and techniques that even he couldn't purchase with money, and his cultivation soared with the guidance of Zhao Hui, who claimed to be an immortal cultivator. Everything looked great for Xiong Lu, until Yuan showed up with an even stronger exile, slaughtering Zhao Hui, his only hope of surpassing Yuan. It was at this point that Xiong Lu vowed to completely and utterly destroy Yuan, no matter the cost. Thus, he cooked up a plan to destroy Yuan with the help of his colleagues. After gathering hundreds of exiles, Xiong Lu was confident that he would finally be able to deal with Yuan, but as though fate was purposefully messing with him. Not only did he fail to destroy Yuan, but he suffered an embarrassing defeat at the hands of Yuan, even dying for the first time. After recalling everything that Yuan had done to him, the anger dormant within him awakened, spewing forth like a volcanic eruption. You want me to lower my head and act like nothing happened? Never. I'd rather die than lower myself to that bastard who took everything from me. Xiong Lu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resolution. He immediately retrieved his phone and started dialing a certain number. A voice answered after a few rings. What do you want? I want your strongest fighters, all of them. We have one who recently entered Spirit Master and 8 peak Spirit Warriors. What kind of job is this? The kind that makes someone disappear. Xiong Lu responded in a cold voice. After a brief moment of silence, the voice returned, very well. Who's the target? Well, calculate the price based on the difficulty. Player Yuan, also known as Tian. The person behind the phone was left terrified after hearing Yuan's name. You want us to assassinate Tian? Fuck. Do you not remember what happened to the young master of the Zheng family after he hired a hit on Tian? He was annihilated, along with the group that accepted the job. This is suicide. You might as well ask us to kill ourselves. Only a few people know of the truth behind Zheng Weimin's disappearance to this day. Xiong Lu sneered. Zheng Weimin failed because he hired a bunch of useless trash. Are you telling me that the Deviant Bloods are comparing themselves to such nobodies? After a moment of silence, the person said, We don't have any intel on Tian ever since he entered the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, we do have some intel on those living with him. The people staying with him are from families that used to live in seclusion, only revealing themselves recently. There are also rumors that these families already knew the existence of cultivation and had been cultivating years before Cultivation Online's creation. So what? Xiong Lu sneered. Just this knowledge alone will increase the difficulty to the max. We don't know our opponent's prowess, and with what happened to Zheng Weimin, I do not think the others will accept this mission. A blank check. Xiong Lu suddenly interrupted. Excuse me? The voice sounded dumbfounded. I will give a blank check to anyone that dares to go after Tian. Tell them that, and call me once you have an answer. Xiong Lu hung up without waiting for a response. To give a blank check was essentially to give the workers as much money as they wanted, which could easily go south, especially with money-hungry assassins. But Xiong Lu was prepared to spend millions, even billions of dollars if he could get rid of Yuan. While he waited for the call back from the Deviant Bloods, an extremely dangerous and ruthless group of elite assassins, Xiong Lu decided to take a look at Yuan's residence. Omicron M, however, Not even 2 minutes after he left his house and started making his way down the mountain, Xionglu noticed a group of individuals quickly approaching from behind. He turned around to see a group of young men and women walking down the mountain in ragged clothes, looking worse than even beggars. They also appeared to be injured with bruises all over their body. However, as a cultivator, Xionglu could instantly tell that this group of young men and women were actually powerful cultivators just from their formidable aura alone. This aura? Spirit Grandmasters? Impossible. How can they already be Spirit Grandmasters when they look to be around my age? Xionglu was in disbelief, as he was only a spirit warrior himself after cultivating with a divine rank cultivation technique. But their aura is unmistakably that of a Spirit Grandmaster. Where did such monsters come from? How did they reach that level so quickly? Moreover, where are they coming from? We are already at the top of the mountain, and my Xiong family is located closest to the peak with nobody living any closer. Xionglu pondered to himself, wearing a deep frown on his face. C1397 Group of Spirit Grandmasters. Chapter 1397 Group of Spirit Grandmasters. 1397 Group of Spirit Grandmaster. Xionglu stared at the approaching group of young men and women with a look of disbelief. While he researched the people around Yuan, he only knew their names and had never seen their faces before, so he didn't know they belonged to the Demon Sealing faction. Excuse me, Xionglu subconsciously called out to them once they were close enough. Huh? What do you want? Wang Ming asked with a slight frown on his face, as he was in a bad mood after their tortuous training. Where are you guys coming from? I thought the Xiong family lives closest to the mountain's peak. Xionglu asked. We came from the peak, but why do you care? The peak. Does that mean you've met the lord of this mountain before? Xionglu was shocked to learn this information, as even his father had never seen the lord before. I'm too tired for this. He'll return first. Chu Liu said before suddenly flying into the air and disappearing from the scene. Xionglu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was his first time witnessing someone fly outside of. In fact, he didn't even know it was possible. I wasn't mistaken. They are really Spirit Grandmasters. Xionglu cried inwardly after confirming it. If there's nothing else, we will leave. Wang Ming said a moment later. Wait, just one more question. Are you guys really Spirit Grandmasters? How did you reach that level so quickly? Although he already knew the answer, he needed to hear it from their mouths to completely believe it. So what if we are Spirit Grandmasters? And since that is 2 questions, I will only answer the first one. I will pay you. Xionglu suddenly blurted out. Huh? Wang Ming raised his eyebrows. If you help me reach Spirit Grandmaster as well, I will pay you $1 billion. If you think I am joking, my name is Xionglu, heir of the Xiong family. I will even sign a contract, Xionglu said, appearing quite desperate. The Xiong family? Wang Ming and the others muttered in a low voice, as if they were recalling something. A smile appeared on Xionglu when he saw this. If they recognized his family, it would make negotiations much easier for him. However, what came out of Wang Ming and the others' mouths a moment later left Xionglu in shambles. No wonder why I found you unpleasant, even though we've never met before. It turned out you were Xionglu, the arrogant bastard who threatened to destroy Yuan. Wang Ming narrowed his eyes at Xionglu. To threaten one of, if not the most powerful cultivators in this world with that pathetic cultivation base, you must have a death wish. Shi Lang chuckled. Hey, I dare you to attack us, the Demon Sealing faction. ITLL finally give me an excuse to test out my training results practically. Hong Xiuquan said. Why you're with the Demon Sealing faction? Xionglu felt his heart sink after learning this information. Naturally, he has heard of the Demon Sealing faction, a small yet elite faction led by none other than Yuan. Countless people have applied to the faction, but only a single individual has managed to join their ranks since their creation. However, according to his information network, everyone within the Demon Sealing faction was only at the Spirit Warrior level about a year ago. How did they manage to reach Spirit Grandmaster in such a short time? It was a speed that would be terrifying even inside cultivation online, let alone the real world. Jinxi suddenly stepped forward and glared at Xiong Lu with subtle killing intent, mumbling, "Should I just get rid of him right now to prevent future trouble?" What? Xiong Lu's entire body trembled in fear after sensing the increasingly strong murderous intent coming from Jinxi's gaze. However, he quickly recalled the rules of the mountain and exclaimed, "You wouldn't dare? Do you even know where we are? The Dragon Spiral Mountain forbids harming other tenants, and we are right in front of my family's residence. Do you not fear the Lord's wrath?" It was rumored that the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain was actually a cultivator, a powerful one at that. There had been conflicts within the Dragon Spiral Mountain before, but the troublemakers all vanished without a trace shortly after. The Lord? I'm sure he would overlook the disappearance of some bastard that threatened Yuan. Wang Bingbing smiled. I would even wager the Lord dealing with you himself if he knew about it. He owes Yuan a great amount, after all. Wu Zhao chuckled. Xiong Lu subconsciously stepped back after learning that Yuan had a close connection with the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Please wait a moment. I acknowledge that I had threatened Yuan, but it was done out of sheer anger, and I don't have the intention to follow through with it. In the presence of nearly a dozen spirit grandmasters, Xiong Lu's fleeting courage, which had manifested moments ago, dissipated like wisps of smoke. Despite his earlier declaration that he would prefer death over submission, it became apparent that beneath his facade of bravado, he was but a timid soul, relying on the shield of his family's influence to feign a lofty demeanor. I swear, I will never harm Yuan. However, Wang Ming suddenly laughed out loud and said, "You wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on him even if you wanted to. That guy is a monster who can treat all of us like toddlers in a fight. I advise you to give up on revenge if you value your life. Offending someone like Yuan is the worst thing one can do." Su Muro nodded. Wang Ming approached Xiong Lu and placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it with enough strength to send shivers throughout his body, and whispered, "Even though you claim you won't do anything, I don't trust people like you. So, I'll be keeping an eye on you. If you think the Xiong family is untouchable, you are nothing but a frog in a well." Xiong Lu could do nothing but silently nod, his back soaked in cold sweat. C1398 Regret. Chapter 1398 Regret. 1398 Regret. Actually, I was on my way to apologize to Yuan for my behavior. Xiong Lu subconsciously blurted out loud after being threatened by Wang Ming. Oh, in that case, let's get going. Wang Ming smiled as he started walking down the mountain again. Xiong Lu could only accept his fate and follow the demon sealing faction back to their residence. However, a few minutes later, Xiong Lu's cell phone started ringing loudly. Fuck, it must be the Deviant Bloods. Why do they have to call me back so quickly? Are they trying to get me killed? Xiong Lu cursed inwardly. The phone continued ringing, but Xiong Lu didn't dare to answer it and pretended to not even hear it. After all, he was surrounded by spirit grandmasters with incredible senses who would surely be able to hear his conversation with the Deviant Bloods from meters away. If the demon sealing faction were to learn that Head tried hiring assassins to go after Yuan, he would surely vanish from the face of this earth before reaching Yuan's residence. Under such circumstances, Xiong Lu had no choice but to ignore the phone even if it might raise some eyebrows. Hey, aren't you going to answer it? Wang Ming asked him with raised eyebrows. It's probably just spam. It's annoying. Hurry up and pick up the phone already. Wang Bingbing shouted at him. Due to the pressure on him, Xiong Lu completely forgot that he could simply put his phone in silence. Sorry. Xiong Lu retrieved his phone and answered it. Young Master Xiong? We have come to a decision, and, however, Xiong Lu immediately interrupted and spoke in an angry voice. Fuck. Stop bothering me with your spam. Huh, but we are shut up. If you dare call me again, I will use all of the Xiong family's resources to hunt you down. Xiong Lu quickly closed his phone afterward, not letting the other party utter another word. He proceeded to show an awkward smile to the others and said, My apologies. Because of my position within the family, There are always people contacting me with bothersome things. Of course, that was a lie. Even if people wanted to contact him for advertisements, they wouldn't have the means to find his personal phone number. Eventually, the demon sealing faction returned home. You can wait out here. Well, let Yuan know of your arrival. Wang Ming said to him. I understand. Xiong Lu nodded with an obedient smile, but deep inside, he was fuming with anger, as he had never experienced such shame before. Even losing his army of exiles to Yuan wasn't as humiliating as this. Inside the manor, Yuan was notified of Xiong Lu's unexpected appearance. Oh, Xiong Lu is here to apologize? I expected many things, but this was definitely out of my expectations. Yuan showed a look of surprise after hearing this information. Wang Ming chuckled. He's probably acting like that because we sort of threatened him a little. Yuan smiled and said, anyways, I'll meet with him. Bring him to the living room. Let's make him wait a little longer, at least until we all clean up our appearance. Wang Xiuing suddenly suggested. That's a little mean, but I am not against it. Wang Bingbing chuckled. Oomph, that's what he gets for threatening us. Chu Liuxiang sneered. Upon hearing their suggestions, Yuan nodded with a smile on his face. Once it was decided, everyone returned to their own rooms to clean themselves. Half an hour had passed since Xiong Lu was told to wait outside the manor, yet nobody returned to speak with him, almost as though they had forgotten about him entirely. Fuck. These fucking bastards. How dare they treat me like this? However, despite the mistreatment and humiliation, Xiong Lu's feet remained rooted to the ground. If he left now, he would most likely forever lose the opportunity to apologize to Yuan. Eventually, after 45 minutes since his arrival, Mei Feng came outside to meet Xiong Lu, who was visibly trembling from anger. The demon sealing faction is ready to meet you, Mei Feng said, not even bothering to apologize for making him wait. Xiong Lu clenched his teeth and silently nodded, his forehead bulging with veins that he couldn't control nor hide. Mei Feng led Xiong Lu to their living room, where Yuan and the rest of the demon sealing faction were assembled. Seated at a long table, an intense atmosphere permeated the room, resembling a tribunal of judges ready to pass down judgment. Xiong Lu swallowed nervously when he saw this. When he stepped into the room, he could feel the appearance of an invisible blade pressing at his neck, threatening to kill him if he misbehaved in the slightest. Yuan, who was seated the furthest away, spoke in a calm voice. Xiong Lu, right? You seem quite different from when we met in Cultivation Online. Even though Yuan was seated, it felt as if he occupied an unattainable position, gazing down upon Xiong Lu from high above. In comparison to Cultivation Online, the intensity and pressure of Yuan's gaze were unfathomably more potent in the real world. Xiong Lu instinctively froze upon sensing this gaze, momentarily forgetting how to breathe. The terrifying pressure emanating from Yuan at this moment rivaled that of his father, if not surpassing it, resembling that of a beast with unfathomable power and deep bloodlust. Despite encountering the demon sealing faction and gaining insights into their real cultivation, Xiong Lu remained fixated on devising ways to destroy Yuan and those close to him. However, upon meeting Yuan in person and comprehending the true extent of the monster before him, Xiong Lu swiftly discarded such vengeful thoughts and relinquished the pursuit of revenge. Thud! Xiong Lu fell to his knees and kissed the floor with his forehead before shouting in a loud voice, I'm terribly sorry for everything I have done. I deeply regret my actions and vow to never step in your path ever again. Please forgive me. After Xiong Lu's voice stopped echoing, an eerie silence filled the room. C1399 Jinxi's Dreams. Chapter 1399 Jinxi's Dreams. 1399 Jinxi's Dreams. Yuan raised an eyebrow with a somewhat surprised look on his face after witnessing Xiong Lu's exaggerated apology. However, he had no intentions of forgiving Xiong Lu so easily and spoke in a cold voice. Why should I accept your apology? You think you can provoke me and make it go away with an apology whenever you want? Who do you think you are? Do I look like a pushover to you? And no, of course not, Xionglu quickly said, but he couldn't think of anything else to say in this situation. After all, it was true that he had provoked Yuan out of sheer jealousy, and Yuan had no reason to trust his sincerity. What do I have to do? Xionglu asked after a moment of silence. Nothing, Yuan calmly said. Excuse me? Xionglu wore a dazed expression on his face, seemingly unable to understand the meaning behind Yuan's words. Yuan quickly responded in a calm tone. I will not accept your apology, but I will also not come after you for revenge. If you stay out of my way and don't provoke me any further, we can both continue to live our lives without any unnecessary headaches. However, the moment you try to do anything to me or those around me to get to me, I will immediately crush you and your entire family. Do I make myself clear? Xionglu did not immediately respond, as he had to take a moment to comprehend Yuan's words. He nodded a moment later, saying, You have my word. Yuan sneered. Your words are worthless to me, nor will I believe them. But as I said, I don't want any unnecessary bloodshed, so you don't have to worry about that. If you have nothing else to say, you may leave. Xionglu didn't dare to stay there any longer, fearing that Yuan might suddenly change his mind. He left the place the following moment, escorted out by Mei Feng. I think you let him off the hook a little too easily, Yuan. He deserved to be punished a little more for what had done to you, Wang Ming suddenly said. A few others proceeded to chime in, agreeing with Wang Ming's view. Yuan smiled and asked, What kind of punishment should I have given him? We're not in, so it's not like I can chop his hands off for messing with me. He's just an overly prideful and reckless young brat who went a little overboard with his provocations. I don't have the energy to deal with someone as meaningless as him. Young brat? You sound like an old man. Shilang laughed out loud. Sure enough, Yuan's mentality had matured even further after absorbing more of Tian Yang's memories, perhaps a little too much. However, this was an inevitable change, and it would only get worse as he continued to recollect more memories. Yuan stood up and said to them, Get some early rest today. I will train with you guys tomorrow. I am curious how the Lord trains you all. While everyone left their seat, Jinxi remained seated for a little longer, her gaze on Yuan, looking as though she was in deep thought. Ever since Yuan handed the Golden Empress to her in Cultivation Online, Jinxi has been having weird dreams in her sleep, mostly about living as someone with a similar face and name in a world similar to Cultivation Online. Jinxi didn't initially give it much thought, considering it was common for dreams to be influenced by one's thoughts before sleep or throughout the day. She often contemplated cultivation, so such dreams were not unusual for her. Yet, as she encountered more and more of these dreams, a realization gradually dawned on her, that perhaps they were more than mere dreams. These visions were oddly specific, intricate, and realistic, almost as if she were reliving another life she had once known. Moreover, intertwined within these dreams was someone strikingly familiar. This person bore Yuan's face, yet his demeanor was cold and aloof. Despite that, the person in her dreams followed this person from the moment they first met, akin to a newborn chick following its mother. Jinxi wanted to share her experiences with Yuan, but she hesitated, wary of sounding crazy. Thus, she had been suppressing the urge for a considerable time. However, after witnessing Yuan's reaction to Xionglu today, he seemed to bear a resemblance to the man in her dreams. In the end, Jinxi refrained from approaching Yuan and returned to her room, immediately heading to bed to dream, a world that had captivated her as of late. Tian Xian, where are you heading to now? That's none of your business. You always seem to have a destination in mind, and it would always benefit your cultivation greatly in the end, almost as though you knew it would happen. How is that possible? Can you see the future or something? She pondered, expressing her observations after following him for decades. Tian Xian glanced at her and sneered. Do I look like a god to you? It's just coincidence. Coincidence? Do you think I'm stupid? Every place you go just happens to have exactly what you need at that moment. If you cannot see the future, then you can control fate. You cannot convince me otherwise. Whatever you say. Tian Xin merely shrugged at her words, treating her as though she was just a random crazy lady. Jinxi woke up after sleeping for exactly 8 hours, but it felt like she had lived for years within her dreams. My cultivation went up again. Jinxi mumbled to herself after inspecting her body. The biggest reason why Jinxi believed her dreams were more than just ordinary dreams was because her cultivation would increase a little after every dream. Unfortunately, she could not explain the reason behind this phenomenon. There must be a reason why I am having these dreams. Hopefully, the answers will reveal themselves through the dreams. Jinxi thought to herself as she prepared for another day of training. C1400 Training with Liya. Chapter 1400 Training with Liya. 1400 Training with Liya. After the Demon Sealing faction had breakfast made by Mei Feng, they made their way up the Dragon Spiral Mountain for another day of training with the Lord and Liya. However, there was an additional member today, someone who had never been to their training before. What kind of training do you guys typically do? Yuan asked them as they walked together. At first, we spent most of our time boosting our cultivation. Once we reached Spirit Grandmaster, we focused on stabilizing our cultivation. Nowadays, we spend almost all our time sparring with the manager. Lang said, "You're sparring with Liya, not the Lord?" Yuan learned something new. Of course not. We wouldn't last a second against the Lord. The manager is really strong, too. We can't defeat her even if we all win at her together. Wang Bingbing sighed. Yuan smiled. I look forward to sparring with her. Upon arriving at the peak of the mountain, Liya could be seen waiting for them right outside the formation's entrance. Her eyebrows twitched when she noticed Yuan amongst the group. She had anticipated his appearance sooner or later, but it still felt weird to see him with the others. Once they were at the true peak of the mountain, Liya immediately started their training and said, "Who wants to go first?" Wang Ming raised his hand. "Come." Liya gestured for him to approach her. The summit of the mountain lay empty and vast, boasting a flat surface that made it an ideal arena or training ground. There were also no buildings to destroy, allowing them to unleash their full strength without worry. Once the fight began, Wang Ming immediately charged at Liya with a weapon. Meanwhile, Liya confronted him with nothing but her bare fists. Liya did not attack Wang Ming for the first few minutes, only focused on dodging and blocking his strikes. Once 5 minutes have passed without Wang Ming landing a single hit on her, Liya started pointing out Wang Ming's flaws while throwing fists at him. Unlike Wang Ming, all of Liya's strikes would land on their target without fail. Liya had the cultivation of a peak spirit lord, an impressive achievement considering her environment and lack of spiritual energy. However, her cultivation was irrelevant in this case, as she had fought Wang Ming without using any spiritual energy. Being a dragon in her true form, Liya boasted naturally high prowess, so it would be overkill if she used her cultivation on top of her innate strength. It didn't take long for Wang Ming to collapse on the floor, suffering a complete and utter defeat at the hands of Liya. Next, Liya didn't even bother taking a minute to catch her breath before calling for her next challenger. One after another, members of the Demon Sealing faction fought with Liya, who took no breaks in between each fight. Yet, she looked completely calm and relaxed, almost as if the fights weren't even enough to be considered a warm-up in her eyes. Liya purposefully gave everyone 5 minutes to fight her, yet nobody there but Jinxi could land hit on her. However, even Jinxi could only graze Liya's skin, and it required her to use the nameless technique. Once everyone had fought Liya, she turned to look at Yuan and asked, "Did you only come here to watch, or do you intend on participating as well?" "I'd like to participate, if you don't mind." Liya snickered inwardly after hearing this, as she had always wanted to give Yuan a beating, but was held back by the Lord. Yuan approached her and asked, "What are the rules?" "You can use whatever you want. Treat this as though we are in a real fight," she quickly said. "Do you need to take a minute to recover your strength?" I can fight each of them a dozen times without breaking a sweat." Liya sneered. Yuan smiled and said, "Still, I will give you a moment to rest." I want to fight you at your best, after all. You think you have what it takes to look down on me. I have been waiting so long for the moment to punch your face. Liya did not accept Yuan's offer and immediately charged at him. Whoa! Yuan was a little surprised by Liya's speed, which had drastically increased since her last fight. Though he wasn't too shocked. After all, he knew she had been holding back against the others. Still, he was impressed by how much Jade held back. Is this her full strength? No, it's probably only around 60%. Yuan thought to himself as he dodged her sudden attack. Liya immediately went for another strike after her first missed, then another and another. Yuan perfectly avoided all of Liya's strikes without fighting back. The Demon Ceiling faction watched their fight in awe, and it looked like Liya was the one being trained at this moment. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting back? Are you making fun of me? Liya eventually stopped to ask with a deep frown. Of course not. I am just waiting for you to use your full strength, he said. My full strength? You want me to kill you? Liya continued to frown. Yuan patted his chest and chuckled. You don't have to worry about that since you cannot kill me. Liya gritted her teeth at his words and immediately unleashed her cultivation base, filling the area with a heavy pressure that left the others shocked. She was hiding this much strength this entire time. Shimorong cried out loud. Even though Liya knew that Yuan had purposefully provoked her so she could use her full strength, she couldn't let him mock her any longer. However, she didn't immediately charge at Yuan, almost as though she was waiting for something. After waiting for a moment without the Lord attempting to stop her, Liya showed a faint smile on her face and said, I will make you regret messing with me. She swung her fist at Yuan with about 80% of her full strength, expecting him to dodge it again. However, contrary to her expectations, Yuan extended his arm with his hand wide open, as if he intended on catching her fist. This crazy. Liya was unable to stop her fist in time and struck Yuan's palm, expecting to send him flying. However, he not only stood firm but also caught her fist, defying her expectations once again. Not bad. Now it's my turn, Yuan suddenly muttered. When Yuan raised his other arm and pulled it back, Liya instinctively jumped back, distancing herself from him. She stared at him with wide eyes afterward, her back soaked in cold sweat. How does a human like him have such monstrous strength? She cried inwardly. She instantly knew from that single exchange that Yuan was hiding an unfathomable amount of strength within his body. Yet, she couldn't comprehend how a human like him could possess innate strength that rivaled even dragons. As for Yuan, he used Liya's frightening strength to test the current condition of his body. He could sense that the golden immortal physique had transferred to his real body, albeit incompletely. Ignoring the tingly sensation, he looked at his still trembling arm that had caught Liya's fist and mumbled in a low voice, About 5%, huh? Chapter 1401 Training with Liya 2. Chapter 1401 Training with Liya 2. 1401 Training with Liya 2. You, what did you do to your body? Liya asked Yuan with a frown after their exchange. Yuan smiled and said, You make it sound like I'd done something bad to my body. I just achieved a new physique, that's all. A new physique? Liya frowned at his words, which made it sound like it was an easy thing to do. Now knowing that Yuan could catch her fists, Liya no longer held back and charged at him again, this time using all of her strength. Moreover, red scales started forming on her arms and neck, indicating that she had transformed. Yuan, not daring to underestimate her partial transformation, also used his full strength. Their aura collided, causing a gust of wind to stir within the usually calm mountain peak. When they started throwing punches and kicks around, the families living within the upper areas of the mountain felt the ground shaking, as if they were experiencing a minor earthquake. Every strike Liya tossed at Yuan would eradicate any of the Demon Ceiling faction members with ease, yet Yuan blocked them with confidence. Suddenly, in the midst of their battle, Liya's eyes glowed gold, emitting a formidable pressure directed at Yuan. Dragon's gaze. Yuan did not expect Liya to be able to use such a technique and was taken by surprise. However, after being struck by her dragon's gaze, Yuan felt something was off about it. The power and pressure were lacking, almost as though it was incomplete. After using her trump card, Liya drove her palm at Yuan's stomach. Seeing this, Yuan smiled and said, "This is how you use dragon's gaze." Wah! Before Liya could even react, Yuan's eyes glowed gold, sending Liya's consciousness straight into the abyss, while Liya's body remained frozen in place. Within her mind, she felt the intense gaze of a colossal, emanating an unimaginable amount of pressure. Liya, despite her pride, felt as insignificant as an ant under the gaze of that eye. What is this? Liya's entire being trembled in fear as she couldn't take her gaze away from the eye, almost as though she was forced to face it. Yuan deactivated Dragon's gaze after 3 short seconds, but it felt like she was in the void for minutes for Liya. When she returned to reality, Liya found herself sitting on the floor, her body soaked in sweat. What the hell was that just now? She shouted at him. I was going to ask you the same. What technique was that just now? It felt like Dragon's gaze, but it's too weak. Dragon's gaze? As if such a technique exists in this world. The one I used was created based on the foundation of Dragon's gaze. I don't have a name for it. Liya revealed. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after learning that she had managed to create a technique similar to Dragon's gaze without knowing the original. How is that possible? If you don't know Dragon's gaze, how do you know its foundation? He asked. Why should I tell you? Liya sneered. Suddenly, the Lord's voice resounded. Dragons with a royal bloodline are born with an innate understanding of Dragon's gaze. The purer the blood, the better. Oh, so you belong to a royal bloodline? Yuan looked at Liya. Seeing her unresponsiveness, Yuan smiled and said, "Would you like me to teach you Dragon's gaze? The authentic one." Liya's eyes widened at his words. She opened her mouth, but quickly closed it again. It was clear that her pride was holding her back. Take some time to think about it. My offer will always be open, probably, Yuan said. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Now that I think about it, why don't you play Cultivation Online, where Dragon's Gaze exists?" The Lord responded in her place. The soul transference array has its restrictions. For example, if humans have a circle-shaped soul, beasts would have a square-shaped soul, and our square-shaped soul aren't affected by the soul transference array, hence why we are unable to visit the divine heavens through Cultivation Online. I see. Anyways, want to continue our training? I want to use Dragon's Gaze again. Yuan asked Liya. You obviously don't need any training, so I will stop wasting my time with you. Wang Ming, you should have recovered enough by now. Come. Liya turned her gaze to Wang Ming, who trembled from fear. Ah shit. She'll probably use me as a punching bag because she cannot defeat Yuan. He sighed inwardly. Accepting his fate, he approached Liya for another round of training. Each member of the Demon Sealing faction typically spars 6 to 7 times a day with Liya, so it wasn't anything new. At the end of the day, the Demon Sealing faction made their way down the mountain with their bodies aching in pain. However, Yuan decided to stay with Liya upon the Lord's request. Liya, now that you've found someone who can match you, it's a good chance for you to get some proper training for once. The Lord said, I don't need any training, especially not from him. Liya exclaimed, You can say that once you defeat him. The Lord continued to speak. Yuan, do you mind training with her a little longer? I don't mind. It will also benefit me since the others aren't enough to make me sweat anymore. Yuan nodded. He looked at Liya and continued. If you can defeat me even once, I will give you the Dragon's Gaze technique as a reward. Liya's eyebrows twitched at his alluring words. You better not go back on your words, she said a moment later. Yuan smiled, I promise. They continued sparring with each other for the rest of the day. By the time Yuan returned home, it was already well past midnight. Damn it, how is he so strong? It doesn't make any sense. Liya cursed it out loud after Yuan had left. He's the immortal monarch's descendant. It's only natural. The Lord smiled. The immortal monarch's descendant, Liya mumbled. She remembered Yuan claiming to be the reincarnation of the immortal monarch himself, but she was still having trouble believing it. But to think he learned Dragon's Gaze, even I did not expect that. The Lord said, before mumbling to himself, if he can solve our current predicament, perhaps I should reward him with my blood essence, which would greatly assist his cultivation path. C1402 System Update. Chapter 1402 System Update. 1402 System Update. 3 days have passed since closed its servers for a system update. Although 3 days may seem short at a glance, one should consider how many people are addicted to the game. If an alcoholic drinks every day for the past year, it would be an incredible ordeal if they were suddenly forced to stop for 3 whole days. Moreover, it wasn't just a mere game for many players. It was their job, their livelihood. By selling the money or treasures they had acquired to paying players, many players are able to live a comfortable life. Of course, this would only be possible in a game as popular as, where countless passionate and wealthy players exist. In fact, most, if not all, legacy families have their own gold farming operations, where hundreds or thousands of players solely focus on earning money, whether it be through hunting magical beasts or seeking treasures. The financial influence wielded by has outstripped numerous leading global enterprises, firmly embedding it in the world's economic fabric. It's no overstatement to claim that the global economy would teeter on the brink of collapse if it were to suddenly disappear out of thin air. Many entities, including governmental bodies, closely monitor due to its profound global impact. Yet, given its elusive nature and mysterious operations, nobody knows where to begin, much less control them. Was owned and operated by a shell company operated by a fake identity. When people investigated this shell company, they couldn't find any information on it. No digital footprint, nothing. It was almost as if they were created and operated by a ghost. During these 3 days, Yuan spent most of his time training with Liya from morning to night. Because Liya wanted to preserve as much strength as possible for her training with Yuan, she halted training with the others and made them self-train at home instead. Of course, none of them had any complaints about their break. Should be returning sometime today, so I will end our training here, Yuan said to Liya sometime past noon. Oh, okay. Liya nonchalantly nodded. Liya could tell that she had improved drastically from their training. Now that she had someone who could face her at her strongest, she no longer needed to worry about holding back, allowing her talents to shine. Unfortunately, you couldn't defeat me even once. Next time, perhaps. Yuan smiled at her. Liya clenched her fists at his words, but she had no comeback. Once Yuan left and returned home, Liya approached the Lord and said, I do not want to lose to him again. Can you train me? Oh, you're asking for my help. The Lord was surprised, as Head offered to train her before, but was rejected for some reason. Yes, but not now. We can do it after he deals with our current situation. Liya nodded. The Lord smiled and agreed to her request. Very well. Upon returning home, Yuan immediately tried to enter cultivation online. His consciousness drifted shortly after wearing the helmet, appearing in a pitch-black room with a countdown in the sky. 9 minutes and 12 seconds, 9 minutes and 11 seconds, 9 minutes and 10 seconds. There were less than 10 minutes before cultivation online opened its servers. Yuan lounged on the invisible surface, eyeing the countdown and silently pondering about the upcoming system update. A while later, Yuan felt the sudden emergence of another presence nearby, which shouldn't have been possible. He promptly rose to his feet, fixing his gaze on the direction of the newfound presence. What he initially thought to be a figment of his imagination proved to be true, as he discerned the faint outline of a person in the distant horizon. Who are you? He shouted towards the enigmatic figure, who seemed to possess more than the usual 2 arms, with additional appendages extending from their back like wings. I don't know how much you remember, but I am here to warn you that the others will soon emerge from their slumber. Once that happens, they will realize that I am the traitor and seal me away. Huh? What are you talking about? Yuan asked. I don't have much time left here, since the system will activate again soon. Hurry up and recover your memories and kill them before your world is consumed. Don't disappoint me now. The figure disappeared the next moment before Yuan could utter another word. At the same time, the countdown reached its last 10 seconds. What the hell was that about? Who is the others? And why would the world be consumed if I don't kill them? Yuan pondered with a deep frown on his face as he tried to make sense of what just happened. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Cultivation Online's notification. Yuan's figure vanished from the void and appeared where he last logged off from. Welcome back, brother Yuan. Welcome back. Xiaohua and Lan Yingying's voice greeted him shortly after his return. I'm back. Are you okay, brother Yuan? You seem a little pale. Xiaohua noticed his expression and asked. Yeah, I'm fine. He nodded. Mei Xiu and the others logged in shortly after, appearing beside Yuan. So what's changed? Chu Liuxiang asked out loud as she opened her character's status. I don't see anything different, she muttered afterward. Are they waiting for more people to get online before they make an announcement? Mei Xiu wondered out loud. Yuan also checked his character status. Name, Yuan Cultivation. 9th level Spirit King Legacy. Great One's Legacy Bloodline. Immortal Monarch's Bloodline Physique. Heaven Refining Physique. Golden Immortal Physique Physical Strength. Mental Strength? Soul Strength. Physical Defense. Mental Defense. There were no apparent changes at first glance, and his stats remained unreadable. However, when he looked a little closer, he noticed a new passive skill that wasn't there before the update, and it even had an obnoxious name to it. Celestial Emperor's Curse. Grade. Celestial. Description. The effectiveness of all cultivation resources will be reduced by 99%. C1403 Celestial Emperor's Curse. Chapter 1403 Celestial Emperor's Curse. 1403 Celestial Emperor's Curse. Huh? Yuan had a dumbfounded look on his face after seeing the effects of Celestial Emperor's Curse. However, before he could even comprehend the situation, he received a notification. Great Misfortune. Curse Grade. Divine. Description. A curse that lowers your luck by 5,000, huh? Yuan could no longer contain his surprise and cried out loud. What? What happened? Everyone in the room looked at him with wide eyes. I don't know, but I've been cursed by the Celestial Emperor himself, he said in a dazed voice. What? Xiao Hua's shocked voice resounded, and she appeared before him the very next moment. Why would the Celestial Emperor curse you, brother Yuan, when you've never met him before? She asked in a panicked voice. I don't know, but it happened. Because of this curse, all cultivation resources will be 99% less effective for me. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but it definitely doesn't sound good, he sighed. However, Xiao Hua's body trembled after hearing the effects of the curse, almost as if she recognized it. Brother Yuan, that curse is meant for exiles, she said a moment later. Huh? Exiles? Does that mean I've become an exile? He asked with wide eyes. She shook her head. No, I don't sense the aura of an exile from Brother Yuan. However, that curse is undoubtedly meant for exiles, which restricts their ability to grow any stronger for obvious reasons. Mei Xiu suddenly said, Do you think it's because you're progressing too fast and the Celestial Emperor is trying to slow you down? Chu Liuxiang nodded in agreement. That's plausible. No, that's definitely the case. But why would the Celestial Emperor be worried about Yuan progressing too fast? Jinxi wondered out loud. Yuan sighed. While it's quite inconvenient to have such a significant reduction in my cultivation speed, it doesn't have any effect on me right now since I'm already at a bottleneck, but it will definitely slow me down in the future if I don't get rid of it by then. On the brighter side, there are plenty of ways to strengthen myself without increasing my cultivation. Knock knock, hey, are you guys back? She merely knocked on their room after sensing their presence had returned. Yuan opened the door for her. Yes, we just got back. She merely entered the room and sensed the weird atmosphere. Did something happen? She asked. Yuan explained the situation to her. Wow, to be marked by the Celestial Emperor without meeting him. This is quite an impossible feat, but as expected of you, Yuan. Nothing is impossible for you. She merely expressed her awe at his ability to achieve the impossible. So what are you going to do now? She then asked. There's nothing we could do about the curse right now, so we'll just move forward as planned. I'm going to visit the myriad of techniques now. Since we've entered the fourth heaven, there should be more techniques available to us. Want to come along? Yuan asked them. Why not? Chu Liuxiang said. I'll also tag along. Mei Xiu nodded, followed by Li Jinxi. I will also come with you, Shi Meili said. They made their way to the myriad of techniques after checking out of the hotel. Surprisingly, Shi Meili did not need to have her fate examined, even though it was her first visit. Apparently, such evaluation was only needed before the fourth heaven. You guys can take your time since I don't know how long it'll take, Yuan said to them before contacting Senior Bai and entering his world. You? Senior Bai's eyes widened with shock the moment he laid eyes on Yuan. He could discern that Yuan's body had undergone a profound transformation since their last encounter, but he remained ignorant of the precise cause of this change. What did you do to your body? How can such drastic change occur in such a short amount of time? Senior Bai had to ask. Yuan smiled and said, It's nothing serious. I just acquire a new physique, that's all. Senior Bai's eyes widened a little more after hearing his words. So you have two different physiques at this moment? Yuan nodded, confirming his doubts. Just as some individuals can only wield a single soul weapon, most people possess only one physique. In fact, due to compatibility issues, having two physiques within one body is considerably more extraordinary than wielding two soul weapons simultaneously. Senior Bai had the urge to inquire about Yuan's new physique, but a sense of foreboding made him reconsider, opting to remain silent. After congratulating Yuan on his new achievement, Senior Bai said, Anyways, you're here for Lady Su, correct? Give me a moment to contact her. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Senior Bai left to contact Su Jiechi, returning alone about half an hour later. Is she busy? Yuan asked. A little, but she will be here within a few hours. In the meantime, why don't we entertain ourselves? Senior Bai suddenly suggested. What kind of entertainment? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Senior Bai smiled and said, Do you recall that small exchange we had some time ago? When you revealed the God of War's astral arts to me. I want to personally experience your growth since then, so I want you to attack me with everything you've got again. Yuan's eyes widened at his suggestion and responded in a reserved manner. Are you sure? A confident grin appeared on Senior Bai's face as he spoke. If you think you can hurt me after growing a little, you are underestimating the power of an immortal cultivator. He continued. Or are you waiting for me to reward you if you can hurt me? Very well. I'll give you a treasure if you can so much as graze my skin. Since you insist, I won't be humble. Yuan nodded. They flew into the air a moment later, but they didn't immediately start. Senior Bai took a moment to remove all of the nearby floating islands so that they wouldn't get destroyed. Once prepared, they both faced each other with some distance between them. Good luck. Senior Bai smiled. You too. Yuan smiled back. C1404 Yuan's most powerful attack. Chapter 1404 Yuan's most powerful attack. 1404 Yuan's most powerful attack. With a deep breath, Yuan gathered his spiritual energy, causing his aura to surge, reaching heights that seemed to touch the heavens. Since I don't have to worry about killing him, I guess I should throw everything I have at him, Yuan thought to himself as he activated God of War's astral arts, materializing a colossal avatar behind him. This avatar had grown at least 100 times larger than before, and its colossal weapon alone dominated the entire sky above Senior Bai. Overwhelmed by the formidable sight, Senior Bai could only swallow nervously in the face of such immense power. The God of War's astral arts utilizes one's soul strength more than spiritual energy. Just how strong is his soul strength? Even a divine lord wouldn't compare to him, who is only a mere spirit king. Senior Bai clenched his fists and immediately started fortifying his defenses. After their previous exchange, Senior Bai did not dare to underestimate Yuan, who was countless times stronger now. He created a powerful defensive formation around himself that could easily block even a Divine Lord's attack. This much should be enough, no? I should prepare some insurance just in case. Thus he created not one, but two more defensive formations around him, enough to defend against the Divine King's attack. Once he was finished, Senior Bai awaited Yuan's attack with a confident smile on his face. However, Yuan showed no signs of launching his attack anytime soon, and his aura continued to surge, growing in intensity. Senior Bai swallowed nervously at Yuan's seemingly endless strength and wondered, does he not have a limit? Is he truly a mere spirit king? There's simply no way. Are you prepared to receive my attack, Senior Bai? Yuan suddenly asked him. Senior Bai narrowed his eyes and asked, I thought I told you to use your full strength. Why are you holding back? What do you mean? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. During our last exchange, you had this golden aura around you, that terrifying and mysterious power. Yet, I don't sense it from you right now. Senior Bai explained. He must be talking about heaven's supremacy. Yuan immediately realized why Senior Bai thought he was holding back. Yuan sighed. I told you back then that I have no control over that power, Senior Bai. Unfortunately, I am still unable to summon that power as I wish. Despite saying that, Yuan still had one use of heaven's supremacy left, but he intended on saving it in case of an emergency. As much as he wanted to win against Senior Bai, he couldn't justify using his trump card in such a wasteful manner. After a moment of silence, Senior Bai spoke, Very well, but you better not hold back any more than that. Yuan nodded. I wouldn't dare look down on you, Senior Bai. Then I will begin my attack now. Yuan warned again before he started moving. He raised his arm, pointing it toward the sky, muttering in a low voice, Limitless sword, first domain, endless sword stream. Over 20,000 swords materialized above them, each imbued with enhanced sword aura. Since he didn't have to worry about prolonging the fight, he used his spiritual energy without reserve. Senior Bai's eyes widened with shock upon witnessing such a frightening sight. Even with his vast experience, he has never experienced anything close to this before. Not just sword aura, but enhanced sword aura. Senior Bai began losing confidence in his own defense, but he couldn't add more right after Yuan began his attack, as that was no different than admitting defeat in his eyes. However, Yuan did not release the attack just yet. Limitless sword, second domain, descending sword god. Merging all 20,000 swords into one colossal blade, Yuan, controlling the massive avatar, firmly grasped the unified weapon with both hands. Oh fuck! Senior Bai held a dazed look on his face as Yuan prepared to swing the massive blade with the God of War's avatar. Yuan swung the colossal sword, and in an instant, the massive blade descended upon Senior Bai, cleaving through the fabric of space as it moved. Seeing this, Senior Bai's instincts started screaming at him. He quickly tossed away his pride and started preparing more defensive formations. However, right as he was about to complete the formation, he sensed an ominous glare and was immediately struck by an invisible attack that tore his already weakened mental defenses to shreds. In the fleeting moments before the abyss of darkness enveloped his consciousness, Senior Bai managed to cast a final, profound gaze upon Yuan, whose golden eyes radiated an unfathomable brilliance, resembling that of a dragon's gaze. Ah, to think I still underestimated him. This is my defeat. Omicron him, the massive sword tore apart Senior Bai's formation like thin sheets of paper and continued straight for his body. Right as the sword closed in on Senior Bai's body, his entire being suddenly surged with an unfathomable aura foreign to Yuan, followed by a powerful shockwave that not only shattered the massive sword into countless fragments, but also sent Yuan flying far away. Their world shook violently, as if it might crumble at any moment. The immense power even leaked to the outside world, messing with the myriad of techniques and making everything tremble. Even with the golden immortal's physique, Yuan felt a crushing pressure envelope his body, threatening to destroy it. By the time Senior Bai snapped out of his daze and retrieved his aura, the damage had already been done. His world had cracks all over, and Yuan was miles away with a bloody nose, staring at him with a look of disbelief. Senior Bai immediately approached Yuan to check his condition. Are you okay? Why, yes. I'm just a little shaken by your prowess, Senior Bai. Yuan smiled. My instincts took over my body when I was trapped in your mental attack. I am deeply ashamed of myself. Senior Bai clasped his hands and lowered his head as he apologized in a sincere voice. C1405 Immortal Qi. Chapter 1405 Immortal Qi 1405 Immortal Qi. Let me inspect your body for a moment. I need to make sure you're actually fine. Senior Bai said as he placed his palm on Yuan's chest. Despite Yuan's assertion of well-being, Senior Bai found it hard to accept that a mere spirit king could withstand his immortal qi without incurring significant harm. However, Senior Bai wasn't looking down on Yuan because of his low cultivation. What he had inadvertently unleashed moments ago was immortal qi, a power reserved for those who had transcended the realm of mortals by becoming a bronze immortal. It was a power beyond mortal endurance, not meant to be withstood by ordinary beings, regardless of their talents. The immortal qi Senior Bai had unleashed carried enough potency to inflict serious injuries or even death upon a spirit sovereign. However, Yuan, a mere peak spirit king, emerged with nothing more than a bloody nose after facing the brunt of Senior Bai's immortal qi. This outcome left Senior Bai utterly confounded, as it defied comprehension. Not daring to believe what was before his very eyes, Senior Bai inspected Yuan's body again. Sure enough, his internal organs remained unharmed, only slightly stressed because of the immense pressure. Unbelievable. Even though it was only for a brief moment, he endured my immortal qi and came out nearly unscathed. What kind of divine body does he possess? Senior Bai swallowed nervously as he lowered his hand. I'm glad that you are unharmed. Once again, I extend my deepest apology for my lack of control just now. Senior Bai said a moment later. Yuan shook his head and said, Forget about that, Senior Bai. Can you tell me more about that aura you released instead? I have never experienced anything like that before. Senior Bai nodded and explained, What you experienced just now is called immortal qi. It's spiritual energy that is also similar to your sword aura, something that can only be comprehended and absorbed by cultivators after they achieve bronze immortal. Immortal qi is what differentiates cultivators and immortal cultivators, as it's impossible for a mortal cultivator to defeat someone with immortal qi no matter how talented they are, sort of like enhanced sword aura and sword aura. Yuan pondered Senior Bai's words. During Tian Yang's time, the concept of immortal qi did not exist even though there were several immortal cultivators. By the way, I also sense something ominous inside your body, a powerful curse. Did something happen to you recently? Senior Bai suddenly asked. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, Sort of. I've been cursed by the Celestial Emperor. You what? Senior Bai exclaimed in a shocked voice. Why you met with the Celestial Emperor? He quickly shook his head. No, I haven't. I don't know why, but he decided to curse me. Perhaps I've been climbing the 9 divine heavens too quickly, and he wants to slow me down. What sort of curse? Senior Bai inquired for more information. According to Xiaohua, it's a curse meant for exiles, and it reduces the effectiveness of all cultivation resources for me by a significant amount. Senior Bai frowned upon learning of this information and said in a cold voice, I will let Lady Su know of this later. She can speak with the Celestial Emperor and get it removed. Yuan's eyes widened at his words. Did Su Jiechi have such influence that she could change the Celestial Emperor's mind? After pondering for a moment, Yuan said, Please wait, Senior Bai. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I do not wish for you or Miss Su to upset the Celestial Emperor over such a minor issue. Minor? You call this a minor issue? Senior Bai looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Right now, yes. After all, I cannot increase my cultivation past Spirit King because of my physique, so the curse does not affect me at this moment. What about the future? Surely, you don't plan on remaining as a Spirit King forever, right? Of course not. If I cannot find a solution by then, Ill request from Miss Su's help. All right, we won't do anything for the time being, but Lady Su has a right to know that the Celestial Emperor had laid his hands on a member of the Celestial Overlord. To harm a member of our faction is akin to harming the entire faction and challenging Lady Su herself. Even the Celestial Emperor has no right to do such a thing without any reason. Senior Bai said, Is that so? I didn't know that. By the way, I recently received a promotion to the rank of General. Yuan casually brought up his promotion. Senior Bai had a bewildered look on his face as he silently stared at Yuan with eyes as wide as saucers. After a long minute of silence, he spoke in a low voice. Did you just say you've been promoted to the rank of General within the Celestial Overlords? Yuan calmly nodded his head in confirmation. That's impossible. The amount of karma you would need to reach General isn't such an insignificant amount that it could be achieved in so little time. Senior Bai couldn't believe it. He refused to believe it. Even Su Jiechi, who had the fastest promotions in their history, invested well over a century in accumulating sufficient karma to attain the esteemed rank of General. The fact that Yuan, who hadn't been a member of the faction for long, had already amassed enough karma to attain the rank of General was simply incredulous. Seeing Senior Bai's doubtful expression, Yuan revealed his faction rank. No way. Senior Bai had no choice but to believe Yuan after seeing the symbol General on his palm. Omicron M. What did you do to acquire so much karma in such a short time? Even wiping out an evil sect would not help you reach the rank of General this quickly. Senior Bai had to ask. Yuan smiled and said, It wasn't much. I happened to come across 100 exiles and slew them all. 100 exiles? Did you sneak into the primordial realm or something? Senior Bai regretted asking, as the chances of encountering so many exiles were even more ridiculous than his speed run to the rank of General. Yuan chuckled. It was just a coincidence, really. Senior Bai closed his mouth as soon as he opened it and said a moment later, Lady Su has arrived. He opened the entrance to his realm, and in the next instant, Su Jiechi's exquisite face emerged from the portal, her divine aura instantly permeating and enveloping the entire world. C1406 Purple Jade Slip. Chapter 1406 Purple Jade Slip. 1406 Purple Jade Slip. What happened here? The first thing Su Jiechi noticed when she walked through the portal was the condition of Senior Bai's world. There were still cracks all over the place, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. Senior Bai rubbed his nose in a somewhat embarrassed manner and said, I wanted to test our young friend here and got a little carried away. He purposefully avoided giving her the details, as he didn't want to admit losing to Yuan, even using Immortal Qi by accident. Fortunately for him, Su Jiechi was not interested in their business and did not question further. She looked at Yuan with a narrowed gaze, as if she was examining him. A subtle smile appeared on her face a moment later, and she spoke in a calm voice. You've grown strong, Yuan. Thank you, Miss Su. She descended on the platform and retrieved a purple jade slip from her spatial ring, offering it to Yuan. What's this? He asked. This was left behind by the founder of the Celestial Overlords, she said. He gave it to me before he disappeared, but I do not know how to use it. Why don't you try it? Perhaps it can only be activated by those with the heaven-refining physique. If and how to use it, why don't you try it? Perhaps it can only be activated by those with the heaven-refining physique. If it doesn't work, I want it back. You hear me? Yuan nodded and accepted the purple jade slip from her. The moment his fingers made contact with it, the purple jade slip emitted a radiant glow, casting a luminous sheen of purple light that enveloped the surroundings. Yuan became dazed as memories started flowing inside his head. Inside the memories, he saw himself traveling the world with a cute little girl by his side. This little girl was a troublemaker and always picked fights with people. Most importantly, he also recalled the process of evolving his heaven-refining physique. Yuan snapped out of his daze a few moments later. Yuan? What has happened? Seeing that head return to reality, Su Jiechi asked him. Hearing her voice, Yuan turned to look at Su Jiechi, who greatly resembled the little girl in his memories, and he subconsciously muttered, "You mischievous little brat. W.A." Su Jiechi's expression froze with a clear look of shock on her face. 12:05" Yuan. Senior Bai looked at Yuan with a terrified look on his face. I... Yuan just realized what Head uttered and quickly covered his mouth. "What did you just call me?" Su Jiechi asked after a moment of silence, her body trembling. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you that. I was still influenced by the memories inside the Jade slip when I said that. You look like someone from the memories. Yuan swallowed nervously, mentally preparing himself for her wrath. By memories, you mean the Jade slip contained the founder's memories? Su Jiechi inquired with a serious expression on her face. He nodded. I believe so. Tell me everything you saw, and I will forgive you for the rude remarks, she then said. Of course. Su Jiechi suddenly turned to look at Senior Bai and said, Leave us alone. I understand. Senior Bai didn't even question it and immediately left them alone. Yuan spent the next several minutes recalling the memories. As she listened with her eyes closed, Su Jiechi's mind drifted back into the past and recalled her own memories with the founder. You mischievous little brat, what have you done this time? A handsome man sighed as he glanced at the beautiful young girl before him. Su Jiechi, who was only around 16 years old, spoke in a nonchalant voice. Some loser confessed his love for me, so I beat him up. The handsome man rubbed his eyes and said, How many times do I have to tell you to not beat your fellow disciples over the smallest things? And what's wrong with one expressing their feelings to you? It's annoying, she calmly said. Don't you use to utter the words, I love you 12 times a day? The handsome man glared at her. Su Jiechi's face flushed red as she hastily responded. That was years ago when I was still an innocent baby. Ouch. Su Jiechi suddenly cried out in pain when the handsome man flickered her forehead. You're still a baby, though. Su Jiechi held her forehead while trying to appear angry, but the handsome man only found her even more adorable. Go apologize to that disciple, he then said. But no buts. Or would you rather spend a month in seclusion? I hate you, father. Su Jiechi shouted as she stormed outside the room. Sometime later, Yuan said, That's all. Su Jiechi opened her eyes and realized they were unnaturally moist and foggy. She quickly wiped her eyes and said, There's no mistaking it. The memories within the Jade slip belong to the founder of the celestial Overlords, my adoptive father. I thought it would help you with your physique, but it turned out to be completely irrelevant. Sorry. Yuan shook his head and said, Actually, I did learn something about my physique from these memories, so it was definitely very useful. Thank you, Miss Su. Is that so? That's good to hear. Su Jiechi then narrowed her eyes at him and continued in a cold voice. By the way, you are forbidden from sharing those memories with anyone. Do you hear me? Yuan smiled. Please don't worry, Miss Su. I will bring these memories with me to my grave. And who would I even share them with? I will trust you. Do you have any questions for me before I take my leave? She then asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, What sort of privileges do I get as a general in the faction? You've already reached the rank of general? Su Jiechi's eyes widened at his words. Yes. He showed the general symbol to her as proof. Su Jiechi was left speechless. Well, as a general, you are entitled to 1 treasure from our treasury. Would you like to receive your reward now? She asked. Yuan immediately nodded and said, I would. C1407 Celestial Overlords Headquarters. Chapter 1407 Celestial Overlords Headquarters. 1407 Celestial Overlords Headquarters. I am bringing him to the Celestial Overlords Headquarters so that he can receive his reward for reaching the rank of general. Su Jiechi said to Senior Bai after calling him back. Senior Bai nodded and remarked, Perfect. In fact, I intended to seek your permission to bestow upon him a treasure from the treasury. If you approve, he'll get to acquire 2 treasures instead of 1. I don't mind since it's coming from you, but am interested in your reason, she said. I lost a bet with him. Senior Bai said with a defeated smile on his face. Oh, I'd like to hear more details on this later. Anyways, if you want to give him an extra treasure, I'll allow it. Not that you need my permission. Senior Bai was already at the rank where he had the authority to give treasures to others without needing permission, but he still asked Su Jiechi out of his respect for her. Now, then, let's move to the headquarters. Senior Bai nodded and created a portal before them, its aura distinct from the usual ones. Su Jiechi stepped into the portal first, with Yuan following suit, and Senior Bai entering last. Upon arriving on the other side, Yuan was greeted with the sight of a massive city before him. This is the headquarters? I was expecting a building, not an entire city. Yuan muttered in a dazed voice. Senior Bai smiled at his reaction and said, "Actually, this place is more like a sect than a city." Su Jiechi then said, "It's not just like a sect. It was a sect. The founder of the Celestial Overlords used to be the sect leader of a small sect, which he transformed into the Celestial Overlords." "Is this place like Senior Bai's world?" Yuan asked. "Yes, it exists out of the 9 heavens, if that's what you're asking. Follow me. It'll show you to the treasury," Su Jiechi said. As they walked, Yuan inquired more information about the place. "How many people live here?" "About 20,000 people." "Is that a lot for a faction?" "No, it's actually on a smaller scale. The average faction has around 100,000 members, while the larger ones have millions." "We're a lot smaller than I thought," Yuan said. "Our numbers may seem tiny in comparison to others, but we've risen to become one of the most powerful factions in the 9 heavens with our modest population, all thanks to having only exceptionally talented members," Su Jiechi said, her voice resonating with pride. "Just one of our top members can stand toe-to-toe with an entire faction," Su Jiechi added, emphasizing the extraordinary prowess of their elite members. "Is there a ranking for factions?" "Of course, and there are 2 separate rankings. The first is the karma ranking, where factions are ranked based on their accumulated karma. We're ranked 7th there. The other ranking would be the power ranking, based on our overall prowess. In this particular ranking, we are ranked 2nd. "Wow, 2nd? That's amazing," Yuan said. "We used to be 1st, but that was when the founder was still around." Su Jiechi sighed. As they traversed deeper into the Celestial Overlord's headquarters, Yuan noticed the atmosphere intensifying, with an increasing presence of experts boasting unfathomable cultivation bases. At his current level, he could only clearly sense up to Divine Grandmaster without much effort. Anything above that would require more time and effort. "Most of our members are immortal cultivators," Senior Bai suddenly said. "You have the record when it comes to having the lowest cultivation in our faction." He continued, "While that's an amazing feat, it's also quite dangerous. After all, most people would not believe you are a member if they saw your cultivation base. Even if you showed them your symbol, it might not be good enough, especially now that you have reached the rank of general." "He's right. You should avoid revealing the fact that you're a member until you have a higher cultivation base," Su Jiechi added. They arrived at the treasury an hour later. The treasury took the form of a pagoda with 4 floors. Standing at the sealed entrance were 2 guards, both with a cultivation that Yuan could not identify. "We greet Celestial Overlord Su and Overlord Bai." The guards greeted them with bowed heads and arched bodies. Omicronim Su Jiechi acknowledged them with a slight nod and said, "We'll be opening the treasury for a moment." She turned to look at Yuan and handed him 2 talismans and said, "The treasures inside are protected with a powerful formation that can only be deactivated with these talismans. Use these talismans on the treasures you want. Each talisman will deactivate 1 formation. Also, you're only permitted to look around the 1st floor. Even if you go to a higher floor, these talismans won't do anything there." The guards' eyes widened with shock when they saw the scene of Su Jiechi handing 2 talismans to Yuan. Who the hell is that mortal kid? Why does he get to take 2 treasures from a vault? They stared at Yuan with bewildered looks on their faces. However, they didn't dare to question Su Jiechi on her business. "I understand." Yuan accepted the talismans. "There are plenty of treasures on the 1st floor, but you don't need to rush picking a treasure. Take your time," she added. "Okay," he nodded. A moment later, Su Jiechi opened the treasury, and she silently watched Yuan's figure vanish into the pagoda. After Yuan entered the treasury, Senior Bai communicated with Su Jiechi through divine sense. saying, "There's something I need to make you aware of. It's related to Yuan and the Celestial Emperor." The Celestial Emperor? What's Yuan got to do with him? Su Jieqi turned to look at him with a deep frown on her face. Senior Bai went on to reveal Yuan's predicament, disclosing the Celestial Emperor's actions of cursing Yuan to her. Upon learning this information, an overwhelming pressure radiated from Su Jieqi's entire being, causing their surroundings to tremble and her face to contort with anger. C1408 Abyss Piercer. Chapter 1408 Abyss Piercer. 1408 Abyss Piercer. See Celestial Overlord. What's the matter? Please calm down, Celestial Overlord. The guard were startled and frightened by Su Jieqi's abrupt and overwhelming pressure, which sent shockwave through the entire headquarters, causing it to tremble. Moreover, several individuals in the vicinity showed up within seconds to see what the commotion was about. Lady Su, Senior Bai cleared his throat and called out to her. Su Jieqi withdrew her aura, yet her face retained a manifestation of anger. What happened, Lady Su? Who dares to anger our goddess? Fairy Su, that anger doesn't suit your beautiful face. The newcomers immediately started inquiring about the situation and tried to ease Su Jieqi's anger at the same time. However, Su Jieqi was in no mood to deal with them and shouted, "Leave!" Her cold voice sent chills down their spine, and not wanting to anger her even further with their presence, these experts immediately disappeared into thin air like ghosts. Once they were alone again, ignoring the guards, Su Jieqi muttered, "Even if he's the Celestial Emperor, I will not let him do as he pleases with my people. How dare he target a member of our faction? I'll go speak with him after this." The Celestial Emperor? The guards were bewildered after learning of the cause of Su Jieqi's anger. Although this wasn't the first time the Celestial Emperor had upset Su Jieqi, it was never to such a degree. "Please wait a minute, Lady Su. There's more to this," Senior Bai quickly said. He continued, "I already told Yuan that you would do something about his curse, but he refused our help, saying that the curse doesn't affect him at this moment and that he would try to deal with it himself. If he cannot deal with it by the time it really affects him, he will seek our help." Su Jieqi frowned and asked, "Is he worried about getting us involved with the Celestial Emperor? What needless worry. The Celestial Emperor may be powerful, but he's not omniscient and untouchable. That's just the kind of person he is." Senior Bai smiled. Su Jieqi suddenly fell silent with a pondering look on her face. After a long moment of silence, she spoke. "Very well, I won't interfere for now. However, we're going to pull the forces we sent to assist the Celestial Emperor back." "Do you mean those who went to hunt down the escaped prisoners from the Nine Heavens, Eternal Grotto? If we do that, not just the Celestial Emperor, but the others will also question us. Let them question us. If the Celestial Emperor wants an answer, he can come find me," Su Jieqi said. It was evident to Senior Bai that Su Jieqi harbored no genuine intention of letting the Celestial Emperor off the hook for meddling with Yuan. Even if she didn't directly confront the Celestial Emperor for answers, she would undoubtedly create complications for him. Perhaps because Yuan was the target, it elicited such a profound reaction from Su Jieqi. Senior Bai was certain that she wouldn't have responded with such intensity if it had involved anyone else in the faction. Meanwhile, inside the treasury, Yuan inspected all of the treasures one by one. There were all sorts of treasures available, from spiritual treasures to spiritual medicines. Most of the treasures were between divine grade and ancient grade. If he had to be honest, the treasures appeared somewhat underwhelming in his eyes, and the majority of the items there either didn't suit him or wouldn't provide enough assistance. While I can make do without any of the treasures in here, the others could use better equipment even if they cannot wield them now. After spending almost 3 hours inside the treasury, Yuan used the talismans to retrieve the treasures head-picked. The talisman emitted a faint glow when it was used, turning into dust after the formation had successfully deactivated. Yuan grabbed the first treasure, a stunning black bow crafted from a crystal-like material. its body translucent and glistening as if stars resided within it. Abyss Piercer, grade, ancient, quality, peak, physical strength required, 5 million, penetration, 690,000, description, pierce through the void with this beautiful yet powerful bow crafted with abyss crystal as its core material. This bow uses arrows made from spiritual energy or aura. This will be great for Xiu, who has been practicing with the bow. Yuan mumbled as he stored the bow in his spatial ring. He proceeded to walk to the next treasure. After removing the formation with his last talisman, he grabbed the silver bracelet and placed it in his spatial ring. Once he was done, he immediately left the treasury, where Su Jieqi and Senior Bai were waiting outside. "What did you get?" Senior Bai asked him out of curiosity. Yuan showed the treasures he acquired to them with a smile on his face. "Huh? A bow and a bracelet? Aren't you a sword master? Why do you need a bow?" Senior Bai looked at him with a puzzled expression. "It's not for me," he calmly said. "You picked a treasure for someone else? You're more generous than I thought." Su Jieqi said, "I doubt it's just for any ordinary friend. Your girlfriend, perhaps?" Senior Bai said with a teasing smile on his face. To their surprise, Yuan actually nodded, something like that. "Huh?" Su Jieqi's eyes widened slightly after hearing that Yuan had a girlfriend, as this was news to her. As for Senior Bai, he was already aware of Yuan's group of ladies, so he wasn't that surprised. "What about the other treasure? Are you also giving that away?" Senior Bai continued inquiring. Yuan nodded yes. "You're truly something, Yuan. While the treasures on the first floor are only divine grade and ancient grade, they're all top-tier treasures, even within their respective grades. Not many people would be willing to give away one, much less two treasures, even if it's their loved ones," Senior Bai remarked. "It's nothing worth mentioning. After all, it's only natural to look after those you love. And no matter how valuable these treasures may be, they will never be as valuable as those around me," Yuan smiled. C1409 Perks of Being a General. Chapter 1409 Perks of Being a General. 1409 Perks of Being a General. "If you're done here, I will take you back," Su Jieqi said. Yuan looked at her with slightly raised eyebrows. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but he sensed a hint of irritation within Su Jieqi's voice, but he couldn't recall doing anything to annoy her. "Yes, I am done here," he said a moment later. Su Jieqi looked at Senior Bai, who nodded, creating a portal before them the next second. "This will take you back to the myriad of techniques," he said. "Do you have any questions before you leave?" Yuan pondered for a bit before asking, "How do I come here without your help?" Surely, there must be a way to enter the celestial Overlords headquarters without Senior Bai's assistance. Otherwise, that would make Senior Bai a gatekeeper. "We have places spread throughout the 9 heavens with portals that lead to this place, though they only exist within the 6th heaven and above," said Senior Bai. "But if you ever want to visit this place for whatever reason, you can just contact me through the myriad of techniques," he added. Yuan nodded. "I see. Thank you. Until next time." Yuan walked through the portal the next moment, disappearing from the celestial Overlord's headquarters and returning to the myriad of techniques. "Have you guys found any suitable techniques?" Yuan asked the others when he returned to their side. "This place has an abundance of techniques. I can't believe such a treasure trove exists," she Meili exclaimed, rendered speechless by the vast array of techniques available for purchase. Yuan looked at her, who was carrying over a dozen techniques in her arms, smiled, and said, "That's an impressive amount of techniques you have there." She chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm not expecting you to pay for them. If they're below a certain rank, I can acquire them for free," he said. "Really? They're all divine rank techniques, though?" "Probably." Yuan looked at Xiu and the others. Excluding Xiaohua, they all had 2 to 3 techniques in their grasp. Upon entering the 4th heaven, the volume of techniques accessible in the myriad of techniques had significantly expanded, unveiling numerous new and formidable skills for them to explore. "Are you all ready?" he asked. They nodded. Seeing this, Yuan guided them to the front desk, where a middle-aged man was overseeing the operations. This was his first time buying techniques from a myriad of techniques after he achieved the rank of general. He showed his symbol to the middle-aged man and asked, "Do I get any discounts?" Even though Su Jiechi warned him to not show off his symbol until he increased his cultivation, he figured that it would be safe to do so within the myriad of techniques. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows upon seeing the symbol, casting a disapproving glare at Yuan while scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You're a general within the celestial overlords? How come I don't recognize you?" The middle-aged man spoke in a cold voice. He was a warrior in the faction and had memorized all of the generals and above. Yet, he didn't recognize Yuan. Moreover, Yuan seemed clueless about his own privileges as a general. "I'm a new member, and I was only recently promoted to the rank of general," said Yuan. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes at Yuan, whose cultivation was simply too low to be part of the celestial overlords, much less a general there. The middle-aged man sighed a moment later. "While uncommon, there are people like you from time to time, bold individuals who think they can fool the myriad of techniques. However, you are especially bold to utter such ridiculous lies with a straight face. How can someone who just joined the faction become a general already?" Yuan raised an eyebrow at his ominous words. "The punishment for impersonating one of us is death, but I will give you a chance to admit your crime and apologize." The middle-aged man spoke in a calm voice, yet his gaze was cold and oozing with killing intent. Seeing this, Yuan sighed. "What's the point of this symbol if nobody believes me? And don't you have a talisman that proves I am a member of the faction? That only proves you are a member, not a general." The middle-aged man calmly said. Yuan took away the symbol the next moment and retrieved a medallion from his spatial ring. "Here, this is..." The middle-aged man swallowed nervously at the sight of Senior Bey's medallion. "Don't tell me you're going to say it's a fake," Yuan calmly said. The middle-aged man accepted the medallion into his hands, taking a moment to thoroughly inspect it. "It's real," he muttered in a dazed voice. "If you still have doubts, you can ask Senior Bey. That won't be necessary. I apologize for doubting you, General. May I have your name?" "Yuan." "Then, General Yuan, allow me to give you a brief explanation of your privileges as a general. As a general, you are allowed to acquire any heaven rank and divine rank techniques from the myriad of techniques for free. Ancient rank techniques will have a 75% discount. Divine rank techniques are free for me? That's very generous." Yuan didn't expect the faction to be so generous. That may seem to be the case at first glance, but if you think about it, most generals have a cultivation of immortal ascension and beyond. At that level, divine rank techniques aren't as useful. The middle-aged man explained. "Makes sense." Yuan nodded. It only seemed like a crazy privilege to him because he was still a spirit king in the fourth heaven, where divine rank techniques are still rare and valuable. In the upper heavens, however, they are not as valuable and sought after. Yuan turned to look at Meili and the others and said, "You heard him. As long as it's not ancient rank, you can have them for free." "No way," Meili muttered in a dazed voice with a bewildered expression on her face. She had prepared to spend a fortune on her techniques, so it was baffling to hear that she wouldn't need to spend a coin on them. "But I won't complain." Meili merrily walked over to the front desk and laid all of her techniques before the middle-aged man, creating a small mountain. C1410 Sacred Bracelet. Chapter 1410 Sacred Bracelet. 1410 Sacred Bracelet. After Meili placed her techniques on the front desk, the others quickly followed. Meishou had 2 techniques, Chu Yoxiang had 3, Li Jinxi had 3, and Lan Yingying had 2. In total, 26 divine rank techniques formed a small mountain in front of the middle-aged man, who wore a weird expression on his face. While it was fully within Yuan's privilege as a general to purchase so many divine rank techniques, it still felt weird to the middle-aged man, especially since he wasn't buying it for himself. Moreover, they were still within the fourth heaven, where divine rank techniques are precious. If Yuan wanted to abuse his privileges by selling these divine rank techniques as though they were candy, he would easily make a fortune. However, it would cause an uproar within the fourth heaven and catastrophic damages to the economy. If that were to happen, the higher-ups would not sit still, as such actions would hurt their faction's reputation and karma. After acquiring the techniques, they left the myriad of techniques and went to the nearest hotel, where they talked about their plans. I will be heading to the Vanishing Valley now. Unfortunately, I cannot bring any of you with me since I cannot guarantee your safety there, except Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying, who can reside safely within my Dantian. Yuan said to them, "Normally, I would complain and follow you even if you refuse, but I have a lot of new techniques to learn, so I don't mind staying behind," she merely said as she was already holding onto one of these techniques with an eager look on her face. "I was already planning on staying behind to cultivate, since we're still nowhere near capable enough." "Chu," Liu Xiang said. "Me too," Mei Xiu said. "Are there any locations where we can train without any concerns about our surroundings?" Li Jinxi asked. "I'm not sure, but..." Yuan lifted his head to look at the ceiling and called out, "Dongyi, are you here?" There was no response. "I guess it'll take him a little longer to come to the fourth heaven." Unlike Yuan and the others, Dongyi did not have the luxury of traveling between the 9 heavens using the stairway to heaven because of his identity. "I think the Cultivator's Haven may have something like that," Mei Xiu suddenly said. "The usual spot, huh? Let's check it out." Chu, Liu Xiang nodded. They left the hotel shortly after and made their way to the Cultivator's Haven. "Of course, we have training rooms specifically for those who wish to practice their techniques without worry," the receptionist said after being inquired by them. She led them to the basement, where a hallway of rooms was located. These rooms are reinforced with Tier 5 formations that can withstand attacks from even a spirit sovereign without any problems. The receptionist gave them a brief tour of one of these rooms. The interior was quite spacious, with about 30 meters in width, 40 meters in length, and about 20 meters in height. There was even a bathroom available. Since he wasn't sure how long it would take him to return, Yuan handed the others enough money to use these rooms for half a year without any breaks. Naturally, he didn't actually think he would need that long. It was more of a precaution. Before leaving, Yuan retrieved the Abyss Piercer from his spatial ring and offered it Mei Xiu. "I want you to have this." This is... I don't even have the power to wield this bow." Mei Xiu stared at the beautiful black bow in her grasp with a dumbfounded look on her face. "I am well aware, but you'll eventually be able to wield it." Yuan smiled, and he continued, "It even looks similar to my Starry Abyss. I think they were made with the same materials." Yuan showed his Starry Abyss, and sure enough, the blade looked like it was made with Abyss Crystal, the very same material used for the Abyss Piercer. "Thank you. I will treasure it," Mei Xiu said with a warm smile on her face. Before he left her training room, Mei Xiu gave him a passionate kiss on the lips that lasted for several seconds. Yuan visited Lan Yingying last. Although she could have followed him, she decided to stay behind to train as well. While she was stronger than Li Jinxi and the others from Earth, she still fell behind Xiao Hua and Xiao Hua. "Here, I want you to have this." Yuan handed the other treasure he acquired from the celestial Overlords treasury to her. A bracelet. Lan Yingying accepted the silver bracelet with a curious expression on her face. The moment she touched the bracelet, she sensed a connection with it, almost as though they were fated to be together. Sacred bracelet. Grade. Ancient. Quality. Peak. Description. A beautiful bracelet forged in sacred fire. Increases the wearer's efficiency and power by 500% when using fire-related techniques. Its effects will double when using sacred fire. When Yuan saw this bracelet, he instantly thought of Lan Yingying, who could wield sacred fire. "This bracelet will improve your sacred fire's efficiency and power." Yuan explained its effects to her. "It boosts the power of my sacred fire? No wonder why the sacred fire in my body acted up with excitement when I touched it." Lan Yingying swallowed nervously as she stared at the glistening silver bracelet in her grasp. "I don't know how to thank you," she said with a troubled look on her face. "You don't need to repay me for it, really." Even if you say that, this treasure is too. Yuan suddenly placed his palm on her head and started aggressively rubbing it, causing her hair to fly everywhere. His random action left Lan Ying speechless. Yuan chuckled at her appearance and said, "Don't even think about it." Lan Ying slowly nodded her head, her face flushed with redness. After leaving Lan Ying's room, Yuan left the cultivator's haven with Xiao Hua by his side. "Are you ready?" he asked her. She nodded with a confident look on her face. "Then let's head to the Vanishing Valley." C1411 Vanishing Valley. Chapter 1411 Vanishing Valley. 1411 Vanishing Valley. After leaving the cultivator's haven with Xiao Hua, Yuan went to find the teleportation device in their city. When he found it, Yuan approached the individual managing it and said, "I'd like to travel to Black Fog City." Black Fog City? That's very far away from here. So ITLL cost 200,000 spirit stones. The manager said, 200,000, right? Here. Yuan paid the money without hesitation. The manager took a moment to count the spirit stones before nodding his head. "All right, I have confirmed your payment. Give me a few minutes to adjust the device." As he waited for the device, Yuan recalled the directions Dong Yi had given him to the Vanishing Valley. A few minutes later, Yuan stepped through the teleportation device, traveling to the other side of the world in the blink of an eye. The instant he emerged from the portal, he was met with an eerie scene. His view was obstructed by a black fog that seemingly engulfed the entire city. The atmosphere was chilling, and it felt like he had already arrived at the Shadow Realm. Of course, Yuan had learned of this place before his arrival, so he wasn't shocked by the scene. The fog is thicker than ID anticipated. Luckily, it doesn't have any harmful effects on the body. Still, how does one live in such an environment? He wondered to himself as he started walking north. While the black fog obstructed his vision, he had no issues seeing with his divine sense. When he used his divine sense to examine his surroundings, he sensed hundreds of thousands of presence within the city. Surprisingly, there were more residents than he anticipated. Due to the environment, the cost of living within the city was extremely low, making it an ideal place to live for those without money. And since the black fog was only aesthetically unpleasant and somewhat inconvenient, many people chose to live here despite the ghastly atmosphere. As for the black fog, it originated from the Vanishing Valley. Given the close proximity of Black Fog City to the Vanishing Valley, it was an unavoidable inconvenience. After leaving the city, Yuan flew high into the sky, where the fog couldn't reach, and he continued moving north. As he approached the Vanishing Valley, the black fog thickened and ascended higher into the air. Gradually, it began emitting a faint and unpleasant dusty smell. Yuan reacted by covering his body in a thin layer of spiritual energy, separating himself from the smell. A few days later, Yuan stopped moving when he noticed thousands of signs in the distance. Vanishing Valley ahead. Stay away. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Only death awaits those who ignore the warnings. Danger. 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 Thousands of such signs were positioned before the Vanishing Valley, spanning for miles and forming a bizarre barrier that couldn't be disregarded. If Yuan had come across this place by accident and seen these signs, he would have turned around without any hesitation. Unfortunately, he came here with a very specific goal in mind, and that goal was only achievable if he entered the Vanishing Valley. After taking a deep breath and mentally preparing himself, Yuan flew past the signs and entered the Vanishing Valley several miles ahead. The instant Yuan passed the tree line that was within the Vanishing Valley's territory, he sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere, almost like head slipped through an invisible wall. He turned around to find that the tree lines he had just traversed had vanished entirely, replaced by an expansive emptiness stretching for countless miles. "So this is the illusion that Dong Yi mentioned, huh?" He mumbled in a low voice. Yuan didn't linger and continued moving forward. Unfortunately for him, there were no maps of the Vanishing Valley, so he could only wander aimlessly until he found something recognizable, such as the giant sword that Dong Yi had warned him about. However, he couldn't afford to travel too swiftly or recklessly, given the presence of innumerable magical beasts roaming the Vanishing Valley, with many capable of rivaling even immortal cultivators. Xiao Hua left his Dantian shortly after they entered the Vanishing Valley, accompanying him by his side to ensure that he wouldn't feel alone in this dangerous land. Several hours into their journey, they encountered their first magical beast. "Careful, there's a magical beast hidden within the fog about a mile away," Yuan said out loud. This magical beast resembled a giant toad. It had purple skin with large black needles on its back, almost like that of a porcupine. Spirit Enlightenment. Yuan could tell its cultivation at a glance. "That's a great violet toad, Brother Yuan. The needles on its back are coated in a deadly poison that could kill a divine warrior expert in seconds, and it has the ability to shoot them out of its body like a projectile," Xiao Hua said, showcasing her knowledge. Yuan nodded. He summoned the Empyrean Overlord and threw it at the great violet toad, killing it in a single hit. Ding! Huh, that toad was an elite boss? Yuan was not expecting to see an announcement for such a simple kill. "Brother Yuan, you should salvage its needles. They are quite valuable even in the upper heavens," Xiao Hua said to him afterward. Yuan nodded and collected the needles. Great violet toad's needle. Material, description, very durable and contains deadly poison. Now that I have it in my hands, it kind of resembles the black anguish needle I acquired some time ago. Perhaps it was created with this? Yuan expressed his thoughts after seeing their familiarities. Most spiritual treasures are created with parts salvaged from magical beasts, so it's very likely. Xiao Hua said. After storing the needles, they resumed their journey. Half an hour later, another elite boss. "Don't tell me all of the magical beasts in the Vanishing Valley are such entities," Yuan muttered in a dazed voice as he glared at the announcement with a weird look on his face. C1412 Elite Bosses. Chapter 1412 Elite Bosses. 1412 Elite Bosses. Not even half a day has passed since Yuan entered the Vanishing Valley. During this short amount of time, had killed 5 unique magical beasts, all of them releasing an announcement shortly after being slain. The players were bewildered by how many announcements were appearing that day, and all of them were related to player Yuan hunting elite bosses. Seeing how many unique elite bosses were being hunted so quickly, they wondered if Yuan had found a hidden dungeon filled with such bosses. However, even if they knew his location and wanted to follow him, none of these players were insane enough to enter the fourth heaven. While several thousand players have entered the fourth heaven, most of these people were scouters hired by others to gather information about the realm. Again, how many more announcements are we going to have to see before it stops? The players were already getting fed up with the spam. Unbeknownst to them, this was just the very beginning. Several more days came and went quickly while Yuan continued to wander the Vanishing Valley with Xiao Hua by his side. During this time, he's encountered plenty of magical beasts at the level of Spirit Sovereign to Divine Grandmasters. He slew all of them except one, a red-eyed black lizard that had a cultivation base even he could not fathom. This lizard stood 20 meters tall and was the length of 3 school buses. Xiao Hua recognized it as a tyrant lizard king, a very aggressive and vicious magical beast that could spit out bone-melting venom and destroy mountains with the swing of its tail. Yuan thought that he would stop finding so many unique magical beasts by now, but new magical beasts kept on appearing with barely any repeats, almost as though the Vanishing Valley was a zoo of exotic and powerful magical beasts. During these few days, Yuan's name would constantly appear in the sky, sometimes a dozen times in a single day. The players had grown so sick of seeing these announcements that they started outright ignoring them, acting as though they didn't exist. Unfortunately, because of this, some players who weren't Yuan and managed to receive an announcement would be completely ignored by the majority of players. Heavens, it's been 2 weeks now, and he's still finding new elite bosses to kill? Just where is he farming? Wang Xiuying stared at the sky with a slight smile on her face while she practiced her alchemy outdoors. Meanwhile, the internet blew up with speculations about the treasures Yuan had gotten after killing so many elite bosses. He must have a mountain of treasures by now. Fuck, I am so envious. The last time I fought an elite boss was 3 months ago, and I couldn't even defeat it. In the end, I had to run away. Alas, the distance between player Yuan and the rest of us has increased yet again. After wandering the seemingly endless Vanishing Valley for 3 weeks, Yuan finally encountered a landmark that could direct him toward the Shadow Realm. In the distance, a mountain loomed with a distinct shape resembling a head, and there were several of them all lined up to form a mountain range. If one looked closely, one would be able to see a laughing expression on the body of these mountains, looking as though they were mocking the world. The mocking mountain range. If we follow the direction of their faces, we should arrive at our next landmark, the Red Garden of Death. Yuan muttered out loud. He looked at Xiaohua and asked, "Do you need a small break before we continue?" Even though she shook her head, Yuan decided to take a small break at the mocking mountain range. As they approached the mountains, Yuan was struck by sudden chills, almost as though his instincts were warning him. Suddenly, on the other side of the mountain range, a shadowy figure emerged from the ground, quickly rising toward the heavens. "Brother Yuan, we need to leave immediately," Xiaohua suddenly shouted with a rare nervous look on her face. This shadowy figure took on the form of a human, but its entire essence seemed to be composed of the same black fog that enshrouded the entirety of the Vanishing Valley. Upon closer inspection, one could discern black fog oozing from its body. Whatever this entity was, it evidently served as the source of the black fog. "Just what is that thing?" Yuan asked as they turned around and flew away. "I don't know. I have never seen anything like that before, but my instincts were telling me to stay away from it," Xiaohua said, her voice still a little shaky. "It looked like it crawled out of the ground. Let's wait for it to leave before we go back there," Yuan said. Xiaohua nodded. They waited a few days to see if the shadowy entity would leave, but it barely moved from its position. As he stared at the shadowy entity from a safe distance, Yuan got the feeling that had seen such an entity before. That's right. The Colossal on the Desolate Continent had a similar appearance. Does that mean this shadowy entity was created by someone with the purpose of guarding something? Yuan wondered to himself. No, there's no way someone could have created this monster. Even if they did, why would they leave it here? Eventually, the shadow entity left the mocking mountain range, allowing Yuan and Xiaohua to approach the place once again. Even though they could have left at any time, Yuan wanted to see if the shadowy entity had left anything behind. C1413 Red Garden of Death. Chapter 1413 Red Garden of Death 1413 Red Garden of Death. Upon arriving at the mocking mountain range, Yuan approached the area the unknown entity roamed to see if it had left any clues about its identity behind. Even though he wasn't particularly interested in the entity itself, he had a weird feeling when he saw it, almost as if he was connected to it in some ways. However, he found no clues left behind, not even a footstep, which was weird considering its large size. Suddenly, a voice resounded inside his head. "My liege, I, your loyal servant, Dong Yi, have arrived at the fourth heaven. Can you hear me from your place?" Yuan spoke out loud. "Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Do you know my location as well?" "Yes, I can sense your presence within the Vanishing journey. However, I'm unable to pinpoint your precise location. While I am away, I'd like you to watch over my friends at the Cultivator's Haven." "Naturally. Also, I have a question. There's this large entity within the Vanishing Valley that is covered in black fog, the same black fog that permeates the place. Do you know anything about it?" Yuan asked. "Black fog? Do you mean the Black Death? That is the second most dangerous entity within the Vanishing Valley, right behind the Spirit. Although it doesn't appear to be aggressive, it wanders around the Vanishing Valley, killing everything it touches. Rumors say the Black Death is currently searching for something. Do you know what this something is? Those who have encountered the Black Death have said to heard its voice, and it would always utter the same words, being Fragment and Outer God." "Fragment? Outer God?" Yuan repeated these twos in a low voice to see if it would trigger any memories, but alas, nothing came up. "Why do you ask, my liege? Do you recognize the Black Death?" Dong Yi suddenly asked. "No, but I sensed a subtle connection with it," he admitted. "A connection, huh? Even if it's vague, you shouldn't ignore it, my liege, as it could have something to do with your previous incarnations." Yuan nodded. "I am aware, but there are no clues, and I do not want to risk my life finding out. They'll see what happens after I visit the Shadow Realm." Their conversation ended there, and Yuan continued his journey within the Vanishing Valley. "Xiaohua, do the words fragment and outer god mean anything to you?" Yuan asked her as they made their way to the Red Garden of Death. Xiaohua closed her eyes to ponder seriously. "Outer god? I think I have heard my father uttering such words before, but these memories are vague." Xiaohua said a moment later. "I see. I guess we have another reason to visit the Primordial Realm now." Yuan smiled. Several days later, they arrived at the Red Garden of Death, and, as its name suggests, it was a field of red flowers, more specifically, spider lilies. Additionally, there were countless skeletons scattered around and within the field, giving it a chilling atmosphere. Red Garden of Death. It is said that magical beasts dwelling within the Vanishing Valley, sensing the approach of their demise, are drawn instinctively to this place to breathe their final breath. Nobody knows the reason for this phenomenon, either. Upon closer examination, one would discern human skeletons interspersed amidst the sea of bones within the garden. Yuan and Xiaohua lingered for a few minutes to admire the beautiful yet eerie scenery. Just as they prepared to leave, they noticed a presence slowly approaching them from a distance. Yuan immediately retrieved his weapon to confront the incoming presence. However, he lowered his weapon when he saw the entity. It was a magical beast, its form marred by grievous wounds, its internal organs exposed, hanging from its body amidst the numerous injuries it endured. The magical beast walked into the Red Garden of Death with rigid movement until it could no longer lift a leg, collapsing in the middle of the garden. Once it took its last breath, the magical beast closed its eyes. Then, the spider lilies within the Red Garden of Death abruptly began exuding a crimson-hued gas that enshrouded the field. Seeing this, Yuan and Xiaohua quickly ascended higher into the air, not daring to touch this unknown gas. Omicron and their actions were promptly validated as the corpse of the magical beast began to dissolve, gradually diminishing until only its bones remained. After the Red Garden of Death absorbed the magical beast's corpse, a single spider lily sprouted at the edge of the field. There were tens of millions of spider lilies in the Red Garden of Death. If each of them represented a corpse the garden absorbed, that meant tens of millions of entities took their last breath in this place. "Let's head to our next destination, the Vanishing Pond," Yuan said a moment later. Xiaohua nodded. "Fragment of outer god." A hoarse and chilling voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan and Xiaohua to turn around. To their surprise, the Black Death had appeared behind them like a ghost without any warning. It was still several miles behind them, but it was close enough to send shivers down their spines. Seeing this, Yuan wrapped his arm around Xiaohua's small waist and ran with Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens, escaping towards the direction of the Vanishing Pond as though their lives depended on it. That was dangerous. I couldn't sense its presence, even though it was so close to us. Yuan cried inwardly. If the Black Death hadn't spoken, it could have sneaked up on them with ease. The realization of potentially perishing without even discerning it brought home the gravity of his predicament within the Vanishing Valley. He had underestimated the dangers of this place due to the relatively smooth progress thus far. However, his close encounter with the Black Death had opened his eyes to the true perils lurking within. In the blink of an eye, Yuan traveled hundreds of miles, not daring to stop until they were tens of thousands of miles away from the Red Garden of Death. C1414 Black Death. Chapter 1414 Black Death 1414 Black Death. That was dangerous, a little too dangerous. Yuan sighed out loud after looking around without seeing the Black Death in sight. Sorry for grabbing you so suddenly, Xiaohua. He quickly realized that he was still carrying her like luggage and released her. It's okay. She shook her head. If not for the dark atmosphere, Yuan would have noticed her cheeks were rosy. I was captivated by the Red Garden of Death and stopped using divine sense for a moment, but I will not make that mistake again. Xiaohua then said, It's not Brother Yuan's fault. I also failed to notice it until it was almost too late. He nodded. Now then. I made sure to escape toward the direction of the Vanishing Pond, but I don't know if I went past it. The Vanishing Pond has this phenomenon where it disappears for several hours every few minutes. The Vanishing Pond was exactly several thousand breaths from the Red Garden of Death if one moved at a certain speed. Unfortunately, Yuan was too occupied to count his breaths or control his speed, so he had no clue if he had gone too far or still needed to travel some more. The only way we'll find the entrance to the Shadow Realm now is... Yuan shifted his gaze from Xiaohua to the small silhouette of a sword in the far distance. That must be the giant's sword, Yuan muttered in a low voice. Xiaohua, things will get even more dangerous as we get closer to the giant's sword, not to mention the spirit. Stay in my Dantian for the time being. He knew Xiaohua was capable, but he didn't want to risk anything. Xiaohua nodded. I will watch Brother Yuan's back, so you don't have to worry about that thing sneaking up on us again. After saying that, she entered his Dantian. Yuan started moving toward the giant's sword shortly after, but he didn't dare to travel too fast. A few minutes later, he sensed not just one, but several fathomless presence appear around him. I am surrounded. Yuan immediately concealed all of his presence and entered the black fog near the ground, further erasing his existence. A few moments later, several magical beasts appeared and, without hesitation, immediately started attacking one another. Yuan slowly distanced himself as he watched with amazement. Why are they fighting each other? He wondered. Magical beasts typically avoid each other, but in the Vanishing Valley, where food and water are scarce resources, they could only feast upon other magical beasts' flesh and blood, especially since they were all of different bloodlines. Moreover, consuming other magical beasts would further boost their own strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 magical beasts that appeared were slain, their corpses disappearing into the black fog. Even if he wanted to loot the corpses, Yuan could barely endure the powerful ripples created by the magical beast clashes, as it contained something he experienced recently, Immortal Qi. Fortunately, the Immortal Qi emitted by these magical beasts was nowhere near as strong as Senior Bei's Immortal Qi. Suddenly, amid his escape, one of the attacks from the magical beasts coincidentally flew his way. Shit, what kind of luck is this? Yuan suddenly recalled the major misfortune curse that came alongside the Celestial Emperor's curse that greatly reduced his luck. It was not an attack that Yuan could avoid, so he could only block it even if it would reveal his presence. He gathered as much spiritual energy as he could in a short amount of time and released it at the incoming attack. Boom! The clash created a powerful ripple that swept the black fog around them, revealing Yuan's figure to the magical beasts, who stopped fighting to look at the newcomer. In the eyes of a magical beast, the taste of a human's flesh and blood was far superior to that of a beast, so they would always prioritize hunting humans first. Once Yuan's presence was exposed, the 2 immortal magical beasts ignored each other and charged at Yuan with an unfathomable sense of yearning. Seeing this, Yuan turned tail and used Vermilion Phoenix, dominating the heavens, to soar towards the giant's sword in the distance. Omicron M, however, unlike the Black Death, these magical beasts were able to chase after him, even slowly inching toward him. While they played cat and mouse, the magical beasts would constantly bombard Yuan with attacks from behind, closing their distance with every attack. If Yuan hadn't gained some distance from the magical beasts in the beginning, he would have already been caught by them. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to escape from these magical beasts for much longer, Yuan started attacking them as he flew. Limitless Sword, First Domain, Endless Sword Stream. 5,000 swords appeared in the sky and started raining down on the magical beasts. Each of these swords was imbued with enhanced sword Qi, but they were ineffective against these magical beasts, bouncing off their body like throwing rocks at a mountain. My enhanced sword aura is unable to pierce their immortal Qi. Yuan swallowed nervously after realizing this. If physical attacks were ineffective, he could only try spiritual attacks. After taking a moment to prepare, Yuan suddenly stopped moving, turned around, and activated Immortal Monarch's dominion on the magical beasts. Oh! He roared at them. Sure enough, the magical beasts immediately stopped moving and stared at him in a dazed manner. Kill each other, he commanded. As though they were bewitched by a power beyond their understanding. The magical beasts shifted their gaze from Yuan to each other and, before long, resumed their fight. It really worked. Yuan swallowed nervously. Brother Yuan, that thing is back. Xiao Hua suddenly alerted him. Fragment of Outer God. The Black Death had appeared like a ghost in front of the magical beasts, yet the beasts were unaware and continued fighting each other. When the Black Death took a step toward Yuan, its body passed through the magical beasts, causing them to collapse instantly, as if they had fallen asleep. However, their eyes were wide open and without any signs of life. Seeing this, Yuan immediately started running toward the giant's sword again. C1415 Giant Sword. Chapter 1415 Giants Sword 1415 Giants Sword. As Yuan soared through the vanishing valley at neck-breaking speed, he heard a chilling voice resound from behind. Fragment of Outer God. Brother Yuan, that thing is chasing after you. Xiao Hua alerted him in a nervous voice. Why now? It didn't follow us before. Yuan cried out loud. He turned to look back, and sure enough, the Black Death was chasing after him with large strides. It was a terrifying scene straight from horror movies, sending chills throughout Yuan's body. He gritted his teeth and tossed several sword lights infused with enhanced sword aura at the Black Death. As the sword lights made contact with the Black Death, they penetrated its body, vanishing within it. Yuan was baffled by what had just witnessed. The enhanced sword aura had completely vanished within the Black Death's body, almost as though they were erased from existence. Dongyi, does the Black Death have any weaknesses? Yuan shouted out loud, hoping Dongyi could hear him. A few moments later, Dongyi responded, but it was not what Yuan had hoped to hear. Regrettably, the Black Death possesses no discernible weakness. Anything it comes into contact with perishes, whether it be spiritual energy or treasures. In essence, that entity is effectively invincible. Well, I am being chased by said invincible being right now. Do you have any advice to get me out of this situation? He asked. What? Why would the Black Death chase after you, my liege? It's known for ignoring everything even when provoked. Are you sure it's not a coincidence the Black Death is moving in your direction? Coincidence, my ass. It's literally running after me, he cried. Dongyi frowned when he heard this, and he pondered whether he should intervene in this situation or let fate handle it like usual. No, fate led him to the Vanishing Valley for a reason. I cannot intervene, or my liege will grind these old bones once he fully recovers his memories. Dongyi quickly came to a decision. He then said, You are not fated to die in the Vanishing Valley, my liege. Just do whatever you usually do. Thanks for the help, Yuan exclaimed in a sarcastic tone. He continued soaring toward the giant's sword over the next several days, ignoring all of the magical beasts he encountered, even the ones that attacked him. After all, even if he didn't lift an arm, the Black Death chasing after him would kill them with a simple touch. During these several days, Yuan analyzed the Black Death as he escaped from it. He noticed that none of the magical beasts that were able to see or sense the Black Death, almost as though it was invisible to them. It didn't matter if these beasts had immortal Qi or not, and because none of them could sense the Black Death, some would walk into its path and unknowingly perish. One could consider the Black Death as a type of fate for magical beasts, as it could not be seen or anticipated by them until it was already too late. Moreover, this kind of fate only leads the beasts to their death. The best that the magical beasts within the Vanishing Valley could do was to pray that they weren't destined to cross paths with the Black Death, much like how humans could only hope they weren't fated to perish at any given moment. As Yuan came to this realization, he sensed something change within him, almost as if something had awakened. However, he was too busy running away from the Black Death to think about it. Suddenly, Yuan noticed the Black Death slowing down. Why is it stopping? Yuan didn't think for a second that the Black Death might have gotten tired of chasing after him, and quickly deduced that it was probably unwilling to approach the giant sword for some reason. Seeing this, he continued approaching the giant sword. The Black Death eventually stopped chasing after him and disappeared. However, without realizing it, Yuan had gotten much closer to the giant's sword than had anticipated. Although Senior Bai had warned him to not get too close to the giant sword, he wanted to see the mentioned spirit, even if it was just a glimpse. Yuan stopped his movements to stare at the majestic sword in the distance, his gaze filled with awe. The giant sword was unlike anything Yuan had encountered before. Its blade boasted intricate engravings, adding to its allure. Yet, what captivated Yuan's attention the most was undeniably the enigmatic aura emanating from his sword. The aura bore a resemblance to both sword aura and enhanced sword aura, yet possessed an entirely distinct quality that was unfathomably stronger and sharper. As though he was mesmerized by it, Yuan stared at the sword with a dazed look on his face. Ding! Omicron M. Even the system cannot identify it. Yuan muttered to himself as he saw the notice. Suddenly, before he could even take a moment to contemplate the mysterious aura, Yuan's entire body shuddered, as if it were warning him of imminent danger. He instinctively used his movement technique. The very instant Yuan moved, a potent sword aura descended upon the spot where he had stood just a split second ago, blowing away the black fog and creating a massive 10-mile-long sword mark in the ground. This sword mark was also so deep that one would not be able to see the bottom with their bare eyes. Yuan stared at the sword mark with wide eyes, his back soaked in cold sweat. Fuck! Even my regeneration ability wouldn't be able to save me if I was struck by such a devastating attack. He cried inwardly. Brother Yuan, look at the top of the sword. Xiaohua suddenly said. Yuan lifted his gaze to the very top of the giant's sword, where a silhouette that hadn't been there moments before silently observed him. The spirit. Yuan immediately recognized the identity of this silhouette, even though he couldn't see its appearance. C1416 Fearsome Existence. Chapter 1416 Fearsome Existence. 1416 Fearsome Existence. Just as Senior Bai had mentioned, the spirit assumed the form of a human. Despite the distance between them, Yuan could discern that it bore the likeness of a slender female figure, its long hair being caressed by the gentle and ominous wind. Yuan tried to take a closer look at this spirit, but there was an invisible force that blocked his divine sense from approaching it after a certain distance. It was clear that the spirit did not welcome his gaze. However, after the initial attack, the spirit did not attack Yuan again, almost as though it was only trying to warn him, or so he thought. The next moment, he watched as the spirit raised its arm before swinging it in his direction. Sha! Boom! A potent sword light lashed out at Yuan's location like a whip, carving another deep sword mark into the ground, stretching for miles. Brother Yuan, what are you doing? We need to get out of here as soon as possible. That is not an opponent you can fight. Xiaohua exclaimed in a terrified voice. Even with all the time he had spent with her, Yuan had never witnessed Xiaohua display such evident fear before. This underscored the incomprehensible power and sheer terror that the spirit of the giant's sword wielded. After confirming its fearsome existence, Yuan, not wanting to aggravate the spirit anymore, turned around and started running toward the Shadow Realm's entrance. Judging by the giant's sword view from my position, I should be very close to it, Yuan thought to himself as he activated Vermilion Phoenix, dominating the heavens. Normally, He would test the water by throwing a few attacks at his aggressors, just like he did with the Black Death, but he truly did not want to find out what would happen if he were to attack this incomprehensible spirit. Although I couldn't sense it at first, its attacks are imbued with enhanced sword aura, and they are even many times more powerful than mine. Yuan glanced at the second sword mark that still lingered with the spirit's enhanced sword aura. If his enhanced sword aura were to clash with the spirit's enhanced sword aura, he would undoubtedly lose. Miserably at that. Yuan could sense the spirit's sharp gaze, following him even without looking at it. He was moving at an extreme speed that would bewilder even Divine Realm experts. Yet the spirit could easily follow his movements. A few seconds later, Yuan was hit by another chilling sensation that sent shivers throughout his entire body. He immediately halted his movements, not daring to move an inch. Bang! 4 sword marks appeared around him the very next second. If he had continued moving, even changing directions, he would have perished to the spirit's attack, which anticipated even his escape routes. The only thing the spirit hadn't anticipated was his sudden halt, which saved his life. This is fucking crazy. Yuan cried inwardly as he started soaring toward the Shadow Realm's entrance once again. The spirit, as though it was impressed by Yuan's performance, stopped attacking him for the time being, but its gaze remained fixated on him, watching his every movement. A few minutes later, Yuan barely noticed a black portal in the distance. That must be the entrance to the Shadow Realm. Even though he was relieved to finally see the entrance, he still had to worry about getting there safely, as he hadn't forgotten about the spirit that was still watching him. Sure enough, just as he was mere moments away from reaching the portal, he sensed the spirit's aura abruptly erupt, reaching the heavens. Yuan's entire body trembled violently, as though it was warning him of his immediate demise. With a strong sense of foreboding that he would not survive the incoming attack, Yuan didn't hesitate to unleash all of his hidden strength. Heaven's supremacy. A majestic golden aura enveloped Yuan as an unfathomable power surged forth from the depths of his body. When the golden immortal physique detected the power of heaven's supremacy, it responded by manifesting a semi-transparent armor that enveloped his entire body. Progress, 10%. This golden armor did not obstruct Yuan's movements, nor did it have any weight to it. However, it further boosted Yuan's prowess to even greater heights, rivaling that of the spirit. Omicron M? Come. Empyrean Overlord. Yuan summoned his sword and activated God of War's astral arts. The spirit's figure visibly shook after seeing the Empyrean Overlord. It instinctively pulled back its attack, but it acted a little too late. A massive amount of spiritual energy and enhanced sword aura descended upon Yuan, surpassing the attack he used on Senior by several times. 9 Supreme Swords. Yuan used the 9 Supreme Swords, executing a series of rapid sword strikes in quick succession, each several magnitudes stronger than the last. When Yuan's all-out assault collided with the spirit's attack, it generated a colossal ripple that rent space asunder and instilled fear in every existence within the Vanishing Valley that sensed it, regardless of their cultivation level. It took 6 out of 9 of the 9 Supreme Swords' strikes to obliterate the spirit's attack, leaving the remaining 3 to hurtle toward the spirit itself. However, Yuan was not willing to wait for the results and immediately charged into the entrance to the Shadow Realm. Why? The spirit raised a hand and extended it in Yuan's direction, but he had already disappeared into the Shadow Realm by that point. The spirit remained in that position like a stone statue. Just as the final 3 sword strikes from Yuan's 9 Supreme Swords closed in on the spirit, it nonchalantly swung its arm, effortlessly dismantling the most formidable attack Yuan could muster at that moment, treating it with nonchalance. That sword just now, it can't be, the spirit muttered in a dazed voice as it recalled the image of Yuan's Empyrean Overlord inside its head. It desired to pursue Yuan to confirm its suspicions, but its movements were constrained, unable to stray too far from the giant sword. Furthermore, The entrance to the Shadow Realm lay beyond its travel range, rendering any efforts futile. C1417 Returning to the Shadow Realm. Chapter 1417 Returning to the Shadow Realm. 1417 Returning to the Shadow Realm. Upon escaping into the Shadow Realm, Yuan took a good minute to breathe after nearly losing his life to the spirit's devastating attack. I've never been so close to experiencing death, not even when I actually died inside the nameless emperor's tomb. Yuan cried out loud as he fell flat on the cold ground. That spirit was immensely powerful, perhaps even stronger than Senior Bai. Xiao Hua came out of his dantian to comfort him. Yet you managed to escape unscathed, brother Yuan. Yuan looked at his sweaty palms and sighed. Yes, but the cost of my last usage of heaven's supremacy. Unless I gain its approval, I won't be able to call forth its power again, and we might have to face that spirit again once we leave the Shadow Realm. Without heaven's supremacy, Yuan knew he had no hopes of escaping the spirit a second time. In fact, he believed that even if he had unlimited usage of heaven's supremacy, it still wouldn't be close to enough to defeat the spirit at his current strength. Once he had rested enough and composed himself again, Yuan examined his surroundings. Just as when he first entered the Shadow Realm back at the Dragon Essence Temple, he found himself amidst a desolate and dilapidated cityscape that looked like it had been void of life for eras. However, there were no trials for him to do. Is this place located in the same dimension as the Dragon Essence Temple's Shadow Realm? Yuan voiced his concerns aloud, feeling a twinge of worry at the possibility of them being separated, as it meant he wouldn't be able to search for the God Ascension Realm experts he met before in the Shadow Realm. However, he quickly recollected one of the God Ascension Realm experts mentioning that the Shadow Realm had multiple entrances. Hence, there was a reasonable likelihood that they existed somewhere within this particular Shadow Realm. The only challenge lay in locating them amidst this vast and unfamiliar terrain. Where should I begin? He sighed. Unlike the Vanishing Valley, where he was given instructions on reaching the Shadow Realm, he had no clue where to even begin once he arrived at the destination. In the end, he could only think of one solution. I guess we'll have to wander around until we find something again, he muttered. His divine sense was strong enough to cover the entire abandoned city and even several miles outside, where the real Shadow Realm was located. Once Xiao Hua returned to his dantian, he went into the sky and flew outside the city, entering the Shadow Realm. Immediately after leaving the city, shadowy entities of various shapes and sizes began appearing around Yuan, their red eyes staring at him with immense bloodlust. Human, human, human. Their hoarse voices constantly resounded, reminding Yuan of his first encounter with these banished souls. However, unlike when he was only a spirit grandmaster, he was not completely clueless in the Shadow Realm and even had sufficient prowess to wander the place without worrying too much about the banished souls. The banished souls were also slightly stronger than he remembered, but they weren't nearly strong or fast enough to threaten him as long as he paid attention. They were most likely powerful cultivators in the past, but they've been reduced to such a pitiful state after wandering as a trapped soul for countless years. Only someone with a cruel and indifferent heart could do such a thing to them. Xiao Hua voiced her sentiments, expressing sympathy for these banished souls, noting the resemblance of their plight to that of exiles within the primordial realm. Similar to these banished souls, exiles themselves are trapped within the primordial realm by the celestial emperor. However, exiles, at the very least, retain their physical bodies and possess a glimmer of hope for eventual freedom through the supreme heaven's legacy. Meanwhile, banished souls are forsaken and left to languish in this dark and desolate realm. Though they may harbor a flicker of hope that someone like Yuan might appear to rescue them from the Shadow Realm, such occasions are less likely to occur than an exile completing the supreme heaven's legacy, as not even immortal cultivators dare to venture into this forbidding domain. As Yuan ventured deeper into the Shadow Realm, The banished souls grew progressively more powerful, their bloodlust for him intensifying with each passing moment. Senior Bai warned me to not attack them, since it will aggravate them even further, but they will eventually overwhelm me at this rate. Yuan sighed inwardly as he contemplated using Dragon's Gaze on these banished souls. In the end, he decided to scare them a little without actually hurting them. He activated Dragon's Gaze without directing it at any of the banished souls, serving it as a warning to them. Scram if you don't want your soul to perish. Yuan let out a resounding roar, his voice amplified by soul strength. When the banished souls perceived the formidable prowess of Yuan's soul strength, they abruptly ceased their pursuit and even fled as if their lives hung in the balance. Though they may not have the intelligence to comprehend it, their instincts, honed through their experiences in life, could sense impending doom and instinctively recoil from it. That worked better than ID anticipated. Yuan thought to himself as he continued wandering the Shadow Realm without a single banished soul in sight. However, it was not as though the banished souls vanished entirely. Yuan could still perceive them with his divine sense. They remained present, albeit at a distance, silently observing his every movement as if they were waiting for him to lower his guard, their moment to strike. Knowing this, Yuan didn't dare to ease his guard and continued to exude some of his soul strength once in a while as a reminder to these banished souls that he still could erase their existences at will. Moreover, Yuan's act of releasing his soul strength was not within the purview of just anyone. It was achievable only due to his ample soul strength and the accumulated knowledge from his past lives. Typically, only immortal cultivators who have cultivated their souls for centuries would dare to use their soul strength in such an extravagant manner, as it could potentially inflict harm upon their soul if executed incorrectly or impulsively. Yet Yuan executed it with ease, as if it was second nature akin to the act of breathing. C1418 A Familiar Place. Chapter 1418 A Familiar Place. 1418 A Familiar Place. Now that no banished souls dared to approach him, Yuan found traveling the Shadow Realm much more relaxed. However, it didn't mean it was a leisure journey, as he had to focus on controlling the amount of soul strength he exuded. If he exuded too much, it might hurt the banished souls, causing them to rampage, but if it's too weak, it would not keep them away. Moreover, he had to be careful with such an act entirely, as it could easily backfire and damage his soul. Fortunately for him, his soul cultivation technique, Heaven's Indomitable Soul, constantly recovered his soul strength, or else he wouldn't have been able to use such a method. Several days later, Yuan still wandered the Shadow Realm without any clue as to his location. However, he noticed the banished souls growing stronger and stronger, requiring him to use more soul strength to keep them away. At the rate their strength is growing, I won't be able to keep up in another week or so, Yuan thought to himself. 3 days later, Yuan noticed another city in the distance. He immediately approached it. Upon entering the city, none of the banished souls dared to follow him past the city walls, almost as though they were forbidden from doing so. Yet, Yuan was unable to sense anything odd around the city, nothing that could explain why the banished souls refused to enter the city. He thought there was a formation around the city that kept the banished souls away, but he couldn't sense anything like that. Even if it was a powerful level 9 formation, he should still be able to sense it to a certain extent. Since he didn't have to worry about the banished souls appearing in the city, Yuan took this time to recover his soul strength and take a break. Once he fully recovered, Yuan did not immediately continue his journey and flew into the air to examine the city. This city isn't the same as the previous city, but it bears some resemblance, almost as though it's from the same city, just separated, Yuan muttered. He decided to look around the city to see if there were any more clues. As he strolled throughout the city, he felt a sense of nostalgia, almost as if he had been to this place before it turned to such a sorry state. But where have I seen this place? He looked at the stores and such, hoping it'd trigger something within him. Golden dumplings. House of Starlight. Lao's perfect noodle. Unfortunately, the place was too small, and seeing the store names only further strengthened the feeling that he had been to this place before. If this is only a part of the whole city, there should be other similar places in the Shadow Realm. Perhaps I will find my answer once I visit enough of them. With this thought in mind, Yuan immediately left the city to find the next one. Even though he didn't know where he was going, Yuan moved with a sense of purpose without feeling hopeless or lost, as though he instinctively knew the layout of the Shadow Realm. He encountered another city 5 days later. I am certain now, this is just a portion of a city, and I have been to this city before. Yuan confirmed his suspicions after visiting the third city. However, he couldn't recall where and when he visited the place before, no matter how hard he racked his brains. He left the city to find the next one. However, the strength of the banished souls had reached the level where even Yuan could not keep them away with his soul strength without injuring them. So he had to return to avoiding them. This time, it took nearly 2 weeks to reach the next city. Unlike the first 3 cities, there was something distinctly different about this one. At its heart stood a towering and majestic pagoda, its height seemingly reaching the heavens themselves. So striking was its presence that Yuan spotted it from miles away. When Yuan saw this pagoda, a name immediately appeared inside his head, but he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. When he reached the city walls, he noticed a worn-down sign lying on the ground right before the entrance to the city. His expression froze when he read the words on the sign. As I thought, this place is City of Xian. Indeed, this place was the home of Tian Xian, also known as the evil god who slew the first celestial emperor, an evil abomination that killed millions of cultivators, enough to create an ocean of blood and mountains with corpses. Yuan descended beside the sign and stared at it with a profound expression on his face. Some time later, he lifted it with spiritual energy and placed it above the city entrance, where it once sat with dignity. Afterward, he directed his gaze towards the pagoda at the heart of the city. Despite countless years of abandonment, it remained tall and majestic, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. He approached it with a heavy heart, feeling incredibly sorrowful for some reason. Even if he didn't have all of Tian Xian's memories, it was a feeling he received from his soul. As Yuan approached the pagoda and stood at its entrance, he stared at the grand sign that hung above the doors. Invincible Heaven. As Yuan stood before the Invincible Heaven, memories that had been blocked started flowing into his mind once again. City Lord, what do you think of the name Invincible Heaven? I think it's quite the suitable name for someone like you, someone who has yet to experience defeat. A young man asked him. Why are you asking me that when you've already made a sign and hung it up at the entrance? Tian Xian shook his head with a gentle smile. The young man rubbed his nose in a bashful manner and said, We couldn't think of anything more fitting, so we went ahead of ourselves a little. He quickly continued, But we can tear it down and make another one if you really don't like it. No, this is fine. Good job. Thank you, City Lord. The young man bowed, showing a relieved expression on his face. C1419 Invincible Heaven. Chapter 1419 Invincible Heaven. 1419 Invincible Heaven. As Yuan recalled his time as the city lord of the city of Xian, he opened the doors to the Invincible Heaven and entered it. The first floor served as the lobby, where his citizens would frequently line up to discuss their grievances with the city, among other matters. During his time as the city lord, Tian Xian would seek advice from the citizens to improve the city's lifestyle. My name is... I am here today because I have an issue with my neighbor. I have a business at. I am here to see if I could delay my taxes this month due to the citizens visited Tian Xian for all sorts of reasons, even minor issues that weren't related to the city at all. Normally, such requests would only be deemed a waste of time and immediately turn away, but Tian Xian listened to everyone, regardless of how insignificant it may seem. Because of this, he was trusted by all of the citizens, as well as being highly respected by them. And it was to the point where some would claim that the citizens trusted their city lord more than their own family. The second and third floors served as waiting areas for these citizens. From the fourth floor and upward, Xian utilized the space as training rooms and living quarters for his soldiers. The Invincible Heaven was crafted using precious materials capable of withstanding blows from even immortal cultivators, and each floor could easily accommodate several people. Despite its towering height, Xian considered it an unnecessary extravagance, a waste of resources. However, the builders were resolute in creating a structure befitting his status, resulting in a magnificent pagoda that could accommodate thousands despite being intended for a single occupant. "Good morning, City Lord. City Lord, do you have a minute to spare? I would like to test out a new technique that I've recently created on you." Everyone in the city of Xian held deep love and respect for Xian. He had transformed a humble backwater village, devoid of any significant resources, into a formidable and wealthy city boasting its own military might, surpassing even many major cities in the region. Xian himself was a formidable warrior, renowned far and wide as an undefeated prodigy capable of beating opponents an entire realm above his own cultivation. Also known as the God of War, his mere presence instilled a sense of security among the citizens, granting them peaceful slumber devoid of worry, akin to that of newborn infants. At the pinnacle of the Invincible Heaven rested Xian's work chamber, affording him a vantage point from which he could survey the entirety of the city below, while seated on this majestic seat, his presence resembling that of a god. Upon reaching the summit of the pagoda, Yuan removed the thick layer of dust on an object that had settled over millions of years, revealing the gleaming surface of the golden throne beneath, before taking his seat upon it. As he sat on the throne, even more memories flowed into his mind. "City Lord, the Celestial Emperor's messenger is here to request your aid once again." A soldier approached him with a troubled expression, relaying the news. "No matter how many times he sends his messengers, my answer will always be the same. I have no interest in aiding him in a war that was created by his own ego and obsession. I will not send my soldiers to their death for someone like him. I will let the messenger know," the soldier said before leaving. Naturally, the soldier refrained from conveying Xian's response word for word to the messenger, recognizing that it could be interpreted as a declaration of war by the Celestial Emperor. During Xian's era, the Celestial Emperor wielded unchecked power, intoxicated by his own authority. He would hog all of the resources for himself and eliminate any perceived threat, regardless of the consequences for the world at large. However respectfully the city of Xian may decline to support the Celestial Emperor in his war, it would eventually be perceived as defiance, even opposition. In the eyes of the Celestial Emperor, refusal to ally could only be interpreted as enmity. As expected, after 3 refusals, the Celestial Emperor ceased sending messengers and instead dispatched soldiers of war to the city of Xian to pressure Xian. Unfortunately for the Celestial Emperor, Xian wasn't some pushover and immediately got rid of these soldiers who dared to threaten his city. Yet, despite Xian's resistance, the Celestial Emperor persisted, sending increasingly larger forces with each encounter, determined to assert his dominance over the city of Xian. This back and forth continued for a few years until the Celestial Emperor had enough and adjusted his plans slightly. However, this sudden change in tactics resulted in an incident that marked the end of a concluding war and the start of an even bigger war that lasted for thousands of years, as well as the birth of a fearsome entity known as the Evil God. After taking another moment to look around, he stood up and said, "There's a nearby place that I would like to visit. Let's make a slight detour." After departing from the Invincible Heaven, Yuan proceeded on foot towards a particular building situated several minutes away. Yuan wiped away the dust covering the metal tag next to the gate, revealing the surname Tian flawlessly engraved on it. Indeed, had returned to his old home, where he lived a humble life with his beloved wife. Upon entering the building, He immediately walked to a specific room on the second floor. When he saw the interior, he recalled what the stairway to heaven showed him during his previous trial. Xiu. Yuan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists upon entering the blood-stained room, where the walls and ceiling were tainted with brown, dried-up blood from countless years ago, suggesting that someone had met a grisly fate within those confines. Sensing a significant surge of bloodlust from him, Xiaohua nervously inquired, "Are you all right, Brother Yuan?" Hearing her voice, Yuan took a deep breath and nodded weakly, "Yes." C1420 Basement. Chapter 1420 Basement 1420 Basement. After spending a moment staring at the gruesome scene before him, Yuan released a deep sigh before turning around and walking out of the room. He walked back downstairs until he reached the basement. A thick cloud of dust smacked into Yuan's face when he opened the basement door, but he reacted quickly enough to block it. Upon walking down the staircase that creaked with every step, Yuan arrived at a small room that had visited before during a trial within the stairway to heaven. The room seemed empty at first glance besides the obvious dust covering every inch of the place, but Yuan approached one of the walls in a manner that suggested something was there. He closed his eyes and stood there in silence. A few moments later, he muttered a few inaudible words. A profound ripple swept the room in response, revealing a red portal standing right in front of Yuan. After seeing this portal, Yuan walked into it without any hesitation. Another world existed on the other side of the portal. It was a pitch-black world without any light, so dark that Yuan wouldn't be able to see his own hand even if he waved it in his face. Divine sense was also useless in this abyss, or rather, unavailable, as Yuan's cultivation base was sealed the moment he entered, almost as though the darkness had consumed it all. He didn't even bother trying to summon his alchemy flames to light up the place, because he knew that it would be a futile effort. Despite having zero visibility and his cultivation base sealed, Yuan calmly walked forward with precise and calm strides, occasionally turning at a specific angle. Xiaohua was quite curious about their location, but she didn't want to disturb Yuan, who was immersed in his memories, following a path that led him to his destination. After 15 minutes of constant movement, Yuan's view turned from absolute darkness to a fully lit room that was the exact size as his basement room. However, the room was immaculate and without a speck of dust. Moreover, there were 3 items displayed at the end of the room. Yuan approached the 3 items with a sense of nostalgia washing over him. There was an old silver spear, a damaged black chest armor, and a pair of worn-out black boots. These 3 items were worn by Tian back when he was still known as the God of War, experiencing more battles than even the most veteran soldiers nowadays. Despite their worn-out appearances, they still exuded a profound aura that surpasses even divine-grade treasures. Silver victory, grade, mythic, quality, peak, physical strength requirement, 27 million, description, an ancient relic once wielded by the God of War, who fought and won over 1 million battles. Despite its tattered appearance, it remains in great condition. Increases damage by 10,000%. Increases weapon penetration by 20,000%. Increases damage by an additional 10,000% when fighting another soldier. Stygian vest, grade, mythic, quality, peak, physical strength requirement, 20 million, physical defense requirement, 35 million, description. The God of War never entered battle without this piece of armor, saving his life countless times. Increases physical defense by 1,000%. When worn, it will reflect all damages from those below Divine Lord. God of War's protection will automatically activate when it senses imminent danger that threatens the wearer's life, negating any damage a single time from those below Divine Emperor. 72-hour cooldown. Stygian boots, grade, mythic, quality, peak, physical strength requirement, 12 million, physical defense requirement, 19 million, description. God of War's favorite shoes, its sole dyed crimson from always being submerged in his enemy's blood. Increases movement speed by 100% when worn. Immune to most movement restrictions when worn. Increases movement speed by an additional 50% when in a battlefield environment. Yuan stored two of these 3 treasures in his spatial ring, wearing the Stygian boots immediately. Although he already has a spear, Silver Victory's prowess vastly surpassed the Dragon's Soul in its current form in terms of raw power. The only advantage Dragon's Soul had over Silver Victory would be its unique effect that ignores spiritual energy. Unless he encountered an enemy he could not harm normally, such as by Shu Tao, Silver Victory would serve him better. As for the armor, he finally had something to replace the invisible dragon's cloak, which had served him long enough. Moreover, his naked body alone, strengthened by the golden immortal physique, could endure attacks from divine warriors, making the invisible dragon's cloak even more obsolete. However, the Stygian boots are arguably the best of the 3 treasures for Yuan, as treasures that increase one's movement speed are exceedingly rare and sought after. Furthermore, it also protected him from many movement restrictions, such as formations that could slow down one's movement. In a fight between 2 equally skilled and powerful fighters, the one with the superior speed usually comes out as the victor, hence why anything that could boost one's movement speed is worth a fortune. That elaborate room before this one was only meant to hide these 3 treasures? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. Yuan nodded. This room was meant to be a safe shelter for my wife, but it ended up becoming a storage. Huh? Brother Yuan's wife? Xiaohua muttered in a dazed voice. My previous life, I had a wife and a child. Unfortunately, I was unable to protect them. They were assassinated while I was busy with the enemy. Yuan sighed, not hiding one of his darkest moments in history. Yuan closed his eyes, recalling the events that led up to that tragic incident. Xian lived a rough childhood from the moment of his birth. He was abandoned shortly after birth and left in the wilderness as food for the wild beasts. If a passing mountain bandit hadn't found him and decided to raise him, that would have been the end of everything. Yet against all odds, Xian managed to survive. C1421 Xian. Chapter 1421 Xian 1421 Xian 1 might expect Xian's life to get better after being adopted by a mountain bandit, but he was treated as a servant until he was able to prove to the others that he had what it took to become a fellow bandit. If you want to be acknowledged as a fellow bandit, you'll need to plunder at least 10 gold coins by yourself. If you cannot do even that, you might as well be a slave for the rest of your life. After years of self-training without any instructors, Xian finally earned the others' respect by looting 100 gold coins from a merchant after killing 3 mortal guards all by himself. He was only 10 years old at that time. Haha, from now on, you'll be our 17th brother. 100 gold coins. That's a record. By a whopping 24 gold coins. Upon becoming a full-fledged bandit for 2 short years, misfortune befell Xian once again when their gang of bandits were caught and executed by a group of soldiers. At that time, half of the bandits, including Xian, were mere mortals without any cultivation. The other half were hovering in the mid-level of Spirit Apprentice. Kill these low-life bandits. Kill them all. No mercy. Unsurprisingly, when a group of spirit warriors appeared to hunt them, none of the bandits survived. All of them were slain mercilessly, except for one. When the soldiers saw how young yet skillful he wielded his weapon and learned his history with the bandits, they offered him a new life as a soldier for the Xiu family, a powerful and influential royal family in the 4th heaven. Kid, you don't have to die here. Come with us and start a new life as a soldier for the Xiu family. You'll be fed properly, given a real bed, paid a salary, and even have a worthwhile purpose in life. If you refuse, you'll die here with the very bandits that took advantage of you. Xian had no reason to refuse such a generous offer, so he accepted it, following these soldiers back to the Xiu family, where he was given proper education and training. His life as a soldier wasn't easy and extremely strict, completely different from that of a mountain bandit, but Xian adapted to his new lifestyle very quickly. His attitude and morals quickly changed, shocking even those who brought him back. Are you really the same mountain bandit from a week ago? Fuck. How can a person change so fast? You're not actually a spy, are you? Eventually, the soldiers realized that Xian was blessed with a great gift, the ability to master any weapon with ease. Huh. Why is he training with the sword today when he was training with the spear just yesterday? I saw him training with the saber too. I guess he's having trouble picking a weapon. If you're a man, you've got to pick the spear. Are you insane? Swords dominate the martial world for a reason. It didn't take long for the Xiu family to take notice of Xian's immense talent with weapons. No matter what kind of weapon they toss his way, Xian would perfect it within a day, two at most despite having never touched them before. I have never witnessed such talents before, and he's not even an adult. We need to nurture him properly. He'll be of great asset to our Xiu family in the future. In just a single year, Xian went from an ordinary soldier still in training to being a royal guard for the Xiu family. After becoming a royal guard, Xian was taught how to cultivate and was even allowed to use the Xiu family's cultivation technique, something heavily protested at first but eventually stopped after the Xiu family's treasured jewel, Xiu insisted on letting him learn the technique. Princess Xiu, we need to speak about your obsession with that young soldier. It is too much for someone of your stature. Please think of how it'll affect your image. There are already rumors spreading about the two of you. Screw my image. He's the only one around my age here, and someone I can call a real friend. If you don't like it, you can simply ignore it. As for the rumors, are they calling us a couple yet? What if they think we've kissed already? Do you think he's heard of them, too? I'm so embarrassed. It was no secret that the princess of the Xiu family would often visit the soldiers' barracks to play with Xian, who was only a year older than her. Furthermore, she fancied Xian's appearance and admired his diligent nature. Nobody would be shocked if they were told that Xiu had some sort of romantic feelings for him. In fact, it was so obvious that even a blind man would be able to see it. However, because of the difference in their status, Xian would often be a target of bullying, mostly by young masters from powerful and wealthy families who envied his relationship with Xiu. It was inevitable even though he was a royal guard because, in the end, he was just a mere soldier. Xian, you're all bruised again. Why don't you fight back? You can easily handle those losers with your skills and strength. Xiu would often reprimand him for not defending himself. Xian responded with a subtle smile. I can only point my weapon at the Xiu family's enemies. Unless they become your enemy, I am unable to harm them. Otherwise, your family will also be affected, as I am, at the end of the day, your soldier. Moreover, beating the helpless and weak is only something a bully and bandit would do. I'm past that kind of life. Xian. Xiu looked at him with a tender gaze. He continued, also, if your royal highness cannot convince them to stop, what can I, a mere foot soldier, do? Xiu's body trembled upon hearing his words that had a double meaning. She immediately turned around and stomped away in anger. The following day, an incident that sent the entire fourth heaven into an uproar occurred. Princess Xiu, who was known far and wide for her docile and gentle nature, had gone on a rampage and brutally assaulted several famous troublemakers at a popular restaurant, sending them to the hospital with a broken nose and half of their teeth missing. C1422 Princess Xiu. Chapter 1422 Princess Xiu 1422 Princess Xiu. The day after Xian got bullied and spoke with her, Xiu sneaked out of the royal palace and made her way to a famous restaurant in the same city, where the bullies that messed with Xian are rumored to frequent. Why, your royal highness? What in heaven's name are you doing here by yourself? Where are your guards? The receptionist was scared out of her mind when Xiu walked into the restaurant alone. Xiaomei casually, dismissively waved her hand and spoke. Forget about that. I need to know something. Is the Li family's young master and his group of troublemakers here right now? Young Master Li and his friends? Yes, they've been dining on the top floor for the past half hour. If your Royal Highness is looking for them, I will call them down here for you. No, that won't be necessary. I'll go greet them myself since they aren't expecting me. Without saying anything else, Xiaomei walked upstairs with the receptionist staring at her back with a nervous gaze. I should notify the Xiu family. The receptionist had an ominous feeling when he saw Xiaomei and didn't want to be responsible if anything were to happen to her. While the receptionist alerted the Xiu family of Xiaomei's presence at the restaurant, the person herself casually climbed to the top floor of the restaurant. At the end of the hall, 2 guards were standing before a closed room that couldn't contain the loud laughter inside. Ha ha ha! Did you see how that wimp stood there and ate our fists? I have never seen such a coward before. How did a loser like that become a royal guard for the Xiu family? Whoever made that decision must have been blind. Fuck, just thinking about him makes me want to beat him up some more. We can always give him another visit. Hell, we can even see him after this. Why don't we cut off his fingers so that he'll lose qualifications to even work as a soldier? I bet he won't even fight back. Once Princess Xiu realizes how much of a cowardly bastard that soldier is, she'll definitely stop paying attention to him. As Xiaomei overheard their conversation, her expression immediately darkened, and her steps toward the room hastened. Stop right there, Aiden. Your Royal Highness? What are you doing here? The guard standing watch tried to stop her from approaching the room, but instantly gave up when they took a closer look at her beautiful, yet terrifying face. Bang! Without saying a word to the guards, Xiaomei kicked down the doors like a barbarian, startling everyone in the room. Which bastard dares? Fuck! How dare you startle this young master? You'll have your entire family executed. The young masters in the room stopped their speech halfway when they saw Xiaomei standing before the broken door with clenched fists, their faces filled with disbelief and shock, looking like they had just seen a ghost. Princess Xiu, what are you doing here? However, these young masters couldn't care less why Xiaomei was there. They only wanted to know if she had overheard their loud conversation just now. Of course, they had an idea, judging by the way she kicked down the doors and her chilling aura. Xiaomei was the first to break the silence, speaking in a cold tone. Damaging my future husband's face is already punishable by death, but to think you would even consider doing something as heinous as robbing him of his future. I'll have you bastards executed immediately. Without any warning, Xiaomei exuded immense killing intent as she jumped to the nearest young master, punching him directly in the face and sending him flying. Despite her small and seemingly delicate figure, Xiaomei possessed the cultivation of a peak spirit grandmaster. The one who received her punch felt his face dent inward before his vision darkened. Princess Xiu, please calm down. We were only joking. The young master showed zero signs of wanting to fight back. In fact, they were all older than Xiaomei by several years, but their cultivation was only between peak spirit master and mid-level spirit grandmaster. None of them were strong enough to defeat her, even if they fought without caring about her status. My fingers are bending backward. One of the young masters screamed in pain after trying to block Xiaomei's fist. Another was struck directly in the mouth, shattering most of his teeth. My leg. Xiaomei, who was also known as the Gentle Princess, was no different than a barbarian at this moment, her small and smooth hands stained and dripping with fresh blood. Omicron him in just a few minutes. Xiaomei had brutally crushed 5 young masters without breaking a sweat. If the guards hadn't stopped her at the very end, she wouldn't have hesitated to act upon her words and executed them on that day. What transpired at the restaurant was spread throughout the continent like wildfire, shocking every individual who heard it. The Xiu family expected Xiaomei's image and reputation to plummet like a boulder. However, to their surprise, her actions had actually significantly improved her reputation, especially among the citizens within their own city. The troublemakers she had dealt with had caused so much trouble for the people that everybody dreamed of giving them a taste of their own medicine, but couldn't, due to obvious reasons. Long live Princess Xiu for dealing with those troublemakers. Ha ha! This news is worth a grand celebration. If only they were killed. That would have been even better. However, while the citizens celebrated, the families of these troublemakers immediately sought reparation from the Xiu family, and their friendly relationship that was slowly built over thousands of years vanished in a single day. These families were not small backgrounds and could threaten even the Xiu family if they worked together, so it brought no small headache to the Xiu family. The Xiu family immediately tried to repair their relationship, but these families never intended to do so and had always coveted the Xiu family's power. Now that they had the opportunity and the excuse, they established another faction together in hopes of replacing the Xiu family. C1423 Unprecedented Genius. Chapter 1423 Unprecedented Genius. 1423 Unprecedented Genius. Xiaomei. Because of your reckless actions, we've lost several powerful allies. Even worse, they have formed an alliance that will now directly challenge us. At this rate, there will be war, and our victory isn't guaranteed. Emperor Xiu sighed in front of his beloved daughter. He would have never imagined that his most precious and gentle daughter would cause such trouble, and it was all for a single soldier. Can we even call them allies when they have clearly planned on opposing us for some time now? If I hadn't acted and exposed their true faces, we wouldn't have known about it until we had a sword stabbed in our back. Xiaomei rebuked. The room fell silent after Xiaomei's words. Your Majesty, I have to agree with the princess on this matter. Her actions and reasoning aside, it showed us the true colors of those traitorous bastards. The Li family and the others would have eventually stabbed us in the back if given the chance, regardless if Princess Xiu had beaten their children or not. We should immediately start preparing to deal with them. One of the most trusted and experienced royal advisors there said. Not just that, those families are rumored to have some shady business running in the shadows. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to secure any solid evidence that could incriminate them yet, said one of their generals. I'm actually glad that the princess had done what she did. Those children are infamous troublemakers. We've received a mountain of complaints from the citizens because of them. Moreover, it exposed their true colors to us, allowing us to take action faster. The majority of people in the room expressed their support for Xiaomei. Seeing this, Emperor Xiu could no longer find it in him to punish her and sighed. You got lucky this time, Xiaomei. I won't punish you as the emperor, but as your father, I have to ensure you won't do something so reckless again. That young soldier who made you do this, I forbid you from seeing him again. What? But father, Xiaomei immediately tried to protest, but she was quickly rejected. If you agree to never see him again, I will allow him to continue working as a soldier for us. However, if you refuse, I will have him removed immediately. The choice is yours. Xiaomei clenched her teeth in frustration. Despite her ability to defeat those young masters, she remained powerless against her father's authority. Emperor Xiu could have Xian executed for encouraging Xiaomei's actions, leaving her with no recourse but to lament her situation. I understand. I will not see him again, but you have to keep your promise and not touch him. If you break this promise, I will hate you forever, Xiaomei said before turning around and stomping out of the room in anger. Since that day, Xiaomei kept her promise and did not approach Xian once. However, she would occasionally sneak a peek at him from afar to ensure that he was still there, and Emperor Xiu did not break his promise. Xian knew that Xiaomei's disappearance was most likely related to what she did for him, and refrained from even mentioning her name, as he was worried about stirring the hornet's nest. Of course, he would notice someone staring at him from afar from time to time, but he pretended to be oblivious to it for obvious reasons. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for protecting me. I, Tian Xian, swear to protect you until my last breath." After making that vow to himself, Tian Xian intensified his training regimen, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion each day until he collapsed from sheer fatigue. 2.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. It has been 4 years since Tian Xian became a soldier for the Xiu family. He recently turned 16, officially becoming an adult. He also reached the realm of Spirit King with unprecedented speed, shocking the entire army. Moreover, he mastered every weapon known to man, becoming a powerful force that could fight those several levels above his own cultivation. The reputation of the prodigious talent Tian Xian had reached every corner of the Xiu family, earning admiration even from the emperor himself. I knew he was talented even before he started his cultivation, but to think I almost threw away such a monster. I'm so glad that I didn't quietly get rid of him that day. Emperor Xiu sighed out loud before the presence of several individuals. Tian Xian. He started training for the Royal Guard a year after he joined us and graduated a year later, becoming the youngest Royal Guard in our army's history at the age of 14, said the general of the army, who also held Tian Xian in high regard. He continued, "He's just turned 16 and he can already fight me toe-to-toe despite having a lower cultivation base. I have never seen a monster like him before. We should properly secure him within the Xiu family before it's too late. Our situation with the Seven Heavenly Order has only been worsening for the past 3 years. We'll need his strength when war eventually breaks out in the near future," suggested the royal advisor. "Indeed," agreed the emperor, his expression grave. "Tian Xian's talent is our greatest hope against the impending storm. We must ensure his loyalty and commitment to our cause. However, how should we go about this? The easiest and most common method would be to give him one of our daughters. I have 3 daughters, but they are all married," said the general in a regretful tone. "I have 2 daughters. One was recently married and the other is only 10 years old." The royal advisor sighed. "I only have sons," said another royal advisor. "I have a daughter who is 17 years old and not married, but she already fancies some disciple from the Grand Sword Academy," said the royal treasurer. "You should introduce your daughter to Tian Xian, royal treasurer. I'm sure she'll like him better than that disciple," Emperor Xiu suggested. However, the royal treasurer shook his head and sighed. "It's not that simple. She may not be married, but she's already given her body to that disciple, and they plan on getting married once that disciple becomes a core disciple." "Aya, you should have said that first," Emperor Xiu sighed. "Anyways, does anyone here have a daughter who isn't married and who is still pure? Tian Xian is an unprecedented genius who probably won't appear again in our lifetime." The royal advisor there suddenly raised his hand and spoke. Your Majesty, what about Princess Xiu? If I recall correctly, she was pretty close with Tian Xian before that incident with the family from the Seven Heavenly Order." "Xiu Mei, impossible. I will let him have anyone but her." He immediately refuted. "But Your Majesty, we don't have anyone else. Furthermore, it will pretty much guarantee that Tian Xian will stay loyal to the Xiu family if his wife is Xiu Mei, who is of direct lineage." Omicron him very quickly. The others started voicing their approval of Xiu Mei and Tian Xian's marriage despite being responsible for their separation several years ago. C1424 Engagement. Chapter 1424 Engagement, 1424 Engagement. Your Majesty, since this conversation is related to Princess Xiu's future, we should have the person in question here with us. I'd like to hear her opinion on this matter as well." The royal treasurer said. "No, I don't care what you guys say. You will not convince me to sell my beloved daughter," Emperor Xiu exclaimed, remaining adamant. "But nobody is telling Your Majesty to sell Princess Xiu. If the princess fancies Tian Xian, everything is fine. But does Your Majesty plan on keeping Princess Xiu single for the rest of her life?" one of the generals asked. Emperor Xiu clenched his teeth in frustration, but he was unable to answer the general's question. Naturally, He couldn't let Xiu Mei remain alone forever, but he also couldn't imagine anyone being worthy of her. After spending several hours convincing the emperor, they summoned Xiu Mei's presence into the room and explained the situation to her. So, in order to ensure that Tian Xian's loyalty remains with the Xiu family, we have decided to find him a partner. I will marry him. Xiu Mei gave her response before they could even finish explaining the situation. I'll let us finish. No, I will be the one to marry him. That's why you call me here, right? My answer is yes. Xiu Mei spoke without hesitation, her eyes flickering with excitement. Xiu Mei's enthusiasm left the emperor utterly speechless, even devastated. However, he was unable to find the strength to talk her out of it. Why am Emperor Xiu eventually found the courage to ask her this simple question. Why? I don't know when I started looking at him with interest, but I've been watching him grow ever since he was brought back by the other soldiers. He's a very earnest and hard-working individual, but his real charms only appear when you really get to know him. Xiu Mei closed her eyes and recalled the first time she coincidentally laid eyes on Tian Xian, who was training alone even before the morning sun rose. Tian Xian's young presence piqued her interest, so she asked around and learned of his background as an abandoned child who was adopted by mountain bandits. Since then, she occasionally checked in on Tian Xian's progress, and before she knew it, they were chatting and laughing together like best friends. Honestly, I think it was love at first sight. I already decided to make him my husband years ago, so I won't allow another woman to have him. Xiu Mei glared at her father with a serious expression. Seeing this, Emperor Xiu worried that Mei Xiu might do something drastic like last time if he meddled with her love affairs. If you're this stubborn about it, I will have no choice but to allow it. In the end, Emperor Xiu waved the white flag and approved of their relationship. Thank you, father. Xiu Mei immediately stormed out of the room and went to look for Tian Xian. Since Tian Xian could always be seen training in the same area, Xiu Mei had no trouble and found him instantly. Tian Xian, she called out to him. Tian Xian was startled by her sudden voice and dropped the weapon he was training with and turned around to see Mei Xiu standing right behind him with a bashful smile on her face. Why, Your Royal Highness? Why are you here? He asked her, looking truly puzzled by her presence. After all, they haven't seen each other in almost 3 years. Mei Xiu raised her hands with 2 fingers pressed together into a cross and said, "Bu bi you. I told you to stop addressing me so coldly. Call me Xiu Mei." Tian Xian was utterly speechless. In the 3 years that he hadn't seen her, Xiu Mei had grown into a devastating beauty that could collapse even cities with her smile alone. Yet, her character remained almost the same as 3 years ago. You're Xiu Mei. You need to leave before someone sees you here with me. I don't want to get you in trouble again. Tian Xian picked up his weapon and returned to training, acting like he never even noticed her. However, Xiu Mei pounced on his body and embraced him from behind. Xiu Mei, what are you doing? He cried out loud, feeling 2 soft objects pressing against his sweaty back. You don't need to worry about that anymore. I have received my father's permission to see you again. Let's go somewhere to catch up. We haven't spoken to each other in almost 3 years, after all. Before Tian Xian could even respond, Xiu Mei had already dragged him away from his training spot. Tian Xian could only wear a bittersweet smile on his face as he allowed her to drag him off without any resistance. Xiu Mei took Tian Xian to an old spot where they used to meet frequently. They spent several hours catching up on their lives, with Xiu Mei doing most of the talking, as Tian Xian's days were primarily consumed by training. However, Xiu Mei did not bring up their marriage the entire time, from the beginning to end. In her mind, even without Emperor Xiu's approval, they would have ended up together, as if it was her fate to be with him. Over the next 2 years, Xiu Mei spent nearly every day by Tian Xian's side. Whether she was quietly observing him train from a distance or sharing laughter with him, every moment they spent together held equal significance in her heart. In 2 years, their relationship underwent a significant transformation, culminating in an engagement. However, it was Xiu Mei who took the bold step of proposing to Tian Xian. Xian refused at first due to the difference in their status and Xiu Mei's exalted background, but Xiu Mei reassured him that they would have the Emperor's blessing. Sure enough, Emperor Xiu personally approached Xian that very day to congratulate him on their engagement. "I will leave my daughter in your hands, Xian. If you dare make her cry or fail to protect her, I will come after you even after death. I swear that I will protect her with my life, Your Majesty." "Who are you calling Your Majesty?" "I'm your father-in-law now. Call me Father." "Why, yes, Father." C1425 Xian's First Battle. Chapter 1425 Xian's First Battle. 1425 Xian's First Battle. While Xian and Xiu Mei became engaged, their relationship wasn't officially announced or acknowledged yet. The reasoning was simple. They decided to wait until Xian had gained sufficient fame and reputation before making their engagement public. If the Xiu family were to announce the engagement of their prize jewel to a common soldier during a time of war with the Seven Heavenly Order, they risked ridicule and mockery. While Xian had gained fame as a prodigy within the Xiu family, this knowledge was kept internal, and few outside their circle were aware of his talents. "Xian, our situation with the Seven Heavenly Order has finally reached the point of war. I will send you into battle so you can acquire experience and make a name for yourself. Do you object?" Emperor Xiu asked him. "I object. Why do you have to send him when there are countless other soldiers? It's too dangerous." Xiu Mei refused to send her beloved to war, fearing the possibility of him getting hurt or, even worse, losing his life. However, Xian placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Please, Xiu Mei, don't be like this. This is what I've been trained for. If I can't fulfill the purpose I've dedicated many years to, then what meaning does my existence hold?" "Well said," the general exclaimed with an excited smile on his face. Xian turned to look at Emperor Xiu and continued with a resolute face, "I accept, Your Majesty. No, please, let me go to war with the Seven Heavenly Order. I have a debt to repay them, after all." Emperor Xiu nodded with a calm smile. "Very well. Then you will be part of our first battle with them. Immediately prepare for departure." "As you command, Your Majesty." Once they returned to their room, Xiu Mei asked, "Is there really no way I can convince you to stay here with me?" Xian, noticing that she was crying, walked over and wiped her tears. "Xiu Mei, the Seven Heavenly Order threatens the Xiu family and your safety. As your soldier and future husband, it's only natural for me to fight them to defend our family." If the Emperor had heard such words, he would definitely be jumping in joy over how successful their plan was. "I couldn't raise my hand at those bullies back then because they were allies, but now that they are our enemy, I won't hesitate to get rid of them like you wanted me to." Xian. Xiu Mei suddenly propelled herself forward and gave him a passionate kiss on the lips. "I want to give you something before you leave for the war." She started removing her clothes, her face flushed with redness. Once she was fully naked, she grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the bed. Xian's eyes widened at her actions. However, he didn't reject it and followed her to the bed, where they passionately embraced each other and connected for the first time. They made love to each other for several days straight, until it was time for Xian to leave. On the battlefield, several thousand miles away from the Xiu family, Xian stood in a formation as they faced the Seven Heavenly Orders army, which was 3 times larger in size. Heavens! Those Seven Heavenly Order bastards have violated the agreed-upon number of soldiers to be sent into battle on our very first engagement. This bodes ill for us. The soldiers were both shocked and incensed by the Seven Heavenly Order's blatant disregard for honor. In order to prevent a full-fledged war between 2 massive powers, they often resort to small-scale skirmishes with a predetermined number of soldiers and cultivators until one side either surrenders or depletes its forces. For their first battle, They agreed to send only 1,000 soldiers with a single spirit sovereign, 3 spirit kings, 20 spirit lords, 200 spirit grandmasters, and the rest spirit masters. However, the 7 Heavenly Order blatantly disregarded their agreement and sent 3 times the amount with 3 spirit sovereigns, 9 spirit kings, 60 spirit lords, 600 spirit grandmasters, and over 2,000 spirit masters. These sons of bitches. We need to get reinforcements. They won't make it. Well, I'll be dead before reinforcements arrive. What should we do? Run away? While the Xiu family's soldiers contemplated running away, the only spirit sovereign within their ranks suddenly stepped forward and pointed his silver spear at the enemy. So what if they outnumber us 3-1? They're just a bunch of cowards who cannot even fight fairly. How strong can they be? Follow me. I will pave the way to victory for us. Without waiting for a response, Xian fearlessly charged at the enemy. He made it halfway to the enemy without looking back to see if anyone had followed him. In his mind, even if he had to fight the entire army alone, it would not stop him. Ha ha ha! Charging at us alone, what a foolish bastard. Who is this idiot? How did he manage to reach Spirit Sovereign? The 3 Spirit Sovereigns laughed and mocked Xian openly. I can handle a dumbass like him by myself, one of the Spirit Sovereigns said as he confronted Xian. However, the Spirit Sovereign was slain by Xian after exchanging 3 mere blows with him. It didn't feel like a fight between Spirit Sovereigns and was more like a true master bullying a toddler. This unexpected result shocked both sides to their core. Who is that soldier? How come I don't recognize him? Isn't that Xian? He's a royal guard for the Xiu family. But he looks so young. He has to be less than 20 years old. I have heard rumors of him, but I have never seen him fight before. The Xiu family soldiers were overwhelmed with shock after witnessing Xian in action for the first time. Meanwhile, the 7 Heavenly Order's soldiers were trembling from fear. Seeing this, the remaining 2 Spirit Sovereigns went to confront Xian together in hopes of raising their fellow soldiers' morale. However, they also fell to Xian in less than 10 strikes. Holy fuck, he defeated all 3 Spirit Sovereigns by himself. He's even unharmed. We have a chance. We can defeat these cheating bastards. The morale of the Xiu family's soldiers soared when they witnessed Xian's overwhelming strength, and they swiftly followed him into battle against the enemy soldiers. Once Xian defeated the enemy's Spirit Sovereigns, their morale plummeted to rock bottom, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught of the Xiu family soldiers, who swiftly overwhelmed them with ease. In less than 2 hours, the Xiu family's army emerged triumphant with only a few casualties. Meanwhile, the forces of the 7 Heavenly Order were utterly vanquished despite outnumbering their opponents. Word of Xian's unparalleled prowess on the battlefield quickly spread throughout the 4th heaven like wildfire, garnering him widespread acclaim and respect among both allies and adversaries alike. Ha ha ha! You should have been there to witness Xian's prowess. None of the enemy's Spirit Sovereigns were able to land a hit on him. The way he just marched toward the enemy alone, without any hesitation and looking back, it was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. In the blink of an eye, Xian became a celebrity within the Xiu family's army. C1426 God of War. Chapter 1426 God of War 1426 God of War. Amazing work, Xian. You have exceeded our expectations. Emperor Xiu praised him when he returned from the battlefield. Xian. Xiu Mei flung herself into his embrace the moment she saw him. Ahem. Control yourself, Xiu Mei. You're not alone, and your relationship with him is still a secret. Emperor Xiu awkwardly cleared his throat. Who cares? Everybody in this room is aware of our relationship, anyway. Xiu Mei said, refusing to let Xian go. But pretty much everyone outside of this circle is already aware of their secret relationship. The royal advisor, and the others thought to themselves as they looked at Xiu, Mei, and Tian Xian. Xiu Mei's demeanor around Tian Xian spoke volumes, leaving little doubt about the intimacy of their relationship to anyone observing, even a blind man. The only thing lacking was official confirmation. Sometime later, Tian Xian asked, "So when is the next battle?" Xiu Mei looked at him with wide eyes and said, "You want to participate in another battle? Isn't one enough? The entire city is already aware of your prowess, so why would you want to participate in another battle?" Tian Xian then said, "I won't stop until the 7 Heavenly Order is gone. I like your dedication." The generals laughed out loud. 12:09 I like your dedication. The generals laughed out loud. Emperor Xiu nodded. "I will notify you when the next battle is decided." Due to the 7 Heavenly Orders disregarding their agreement, things would only get more complicated. After all, the Xiu family could no longer trust them. In the end, they scheduled the second battle to take place the following month with 2,000 soldiers on each side. However, wary of the 7 Heavenly Orders' potential treachery, the Xiu family stationed their reinforcements a few miles away from the battlefield. Should the 7 Heavenly Orders breach the agreement once more, the Xiu family was prepared to swiftly deploy their reinforcements without hesitation. The 7 Heavenly Orders showed up with exactly 2,000 soldiers this time, but they also had reinforcements stationed not far away from the battlefield. Look at that young man in front of the formation. That must be Tian Xian, the unstoppable tyrant. The soldiers of the 7 Heavenly Order swiftly recognized Tian Xian's presence within their formation, dubbing him Unstoppable Tyrant due to his formidable performance in the previous battle. Just like the previous battle, only a single spirit sovereign was allowed to partake in the battle. However, once the battle began, the 7 Heavenly Orders revealed that they had hidden 9 additional spirit sovereigns within their formation. Kill the Unstoppable Tyrant. Despite the potential damage to their reputation, the 7 Heavenly Order couldn't afford to let Tian Xian dominate the battlefield once more. In the end, Tian Xian stormed the 7 Heavenly Order's headquarters and personally executed the young masters who bullied him in the past. After the war concluded, Tian Xian was crowned the nickname God of War by those around him. His engagement with Xiu Mei was also officially announced by the Xiu family, and they performed the marriage ceremony in the same year, becoming husband and wife, which surprised nobody. C1427 The Beginning of the End. Chapter 1427 The Beginning of the End. 1427 The Beginning of the End. Once again, congratulations on your marriage. Emperor Xiu said to Tian Xian after the wedding in a private meeting. "Thank you for allowing me to marry Xiu Mei, father. You will not regret this," Tian Xian said with a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha. Why are you being so humble out of nowhere? It's weird." Emperor Xiu laughed out loud. After chatting for a while, Emperor Xiu spoke with a serious expression on his face. "Let's talk about why I called you here, Tian Xian. Now that you are officially part of our family, do you have any desire to rule your own territory?" "My own territory?" Tian Xian raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. "Indeed, you are no longer just a soldier with a duty. Now that you are one of us, you have 2 options. 1. Remain here and compete with the others for my position as its emperor. Or 2. Leave and build your own empire. Of course, I will support you regardless of your decision." After hearing his choices, Tian Xian, without hesitation, responded, "I will leave this place to build my own empire." Emperor Xiu smiled and said, "I knew you would say that. As much as I hate to admit it, this place is too small for you, Tian Xian. You're already stronger than me by an entire realm. Go build your own empire, one that is worthy of the one called God of War. Your talents will surely bring you to a place where even I have to tilt my head and look up." "What about Xiu Mei?" Tian Xian then asked. "Why are you asking me? You're responsible for her now, so make your own decisions," Emperor Xiu quickly said. So you won't be upset if I decide to take her with me? Of course, I will be upset. However, she is already an adult. If she wants to follow you to the edge of the world, I have no authority over her decision. Xian went to speak with Xiu Mei after his conversation with Emperor Xiu ended. To his surprise, Xiu Mei didn't object to his decision at all. In fact, she even encouraged it. Why do you look so surprised? I know you're not the type to linger in this small place when you could be doing much bigger things. Not that this small city could handle someone like you. As a matter of fact, I have been wanting to leave this place for some time now and planned on speaking to you about relocating soon. Xiu Mei said. After receiving Xiu Mei's answer, the two of them returned to Emperor Xiu to further plan their departure. Do you have a location in mind? If it's within my power, I can help you with acquiring the land. Emperor Xiu said. Xian pondered for a moment before responding. Do you know where the soldiers found me? I want to build a city around there. That's a little too close to this city, which could cause problems. However, there's a small village not too far away from that place. Since I own that territory, I can arrange it so that you will become its new lord. Emperor Xiu said. Xian nodded. Let's do that. Thus, Emperor Xiu transferred said territory to Xian, who immediately relocated to the village with Xiu Mei. When news of Xian's departure spread, many of the soldiers who had fought alongside him expressed a desire to follow him. However, if Emperor Xiu allowed them to join Xian, too many soldiers would leave, risking the collapse of their army. Yet, Emperor Xiu decided to lend 10,000 soldiers to Xian for the time being. The seasons changed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed since Xian started managing his own territory. In just a decade, Xian successfully transformed a small village into a bustling city with a population of 20,000. Additionally, he established a small yet formidable army of 100 soldiers that could rival 5,000 soldiers, personally overseeing their training and development. Dong Yi, I am promoting you to general. Congratulations on becoming the first to reach such a rank in our army. Xian said to the stern yet loyal middle-aged man before him. Dong Yi immediately got on his knees and bowed. This unworthy one is eternally grateful to the city lord for this opportunity. I will not disappoint you. A decade, 2 decades, 50 years after a century, the city of Xian had grown to rival even the largest cities in the fourth heaven with a population of over 10 million. They expanded their territory, stretching its boundaries far beyond their initial limits, while their military prowess became unmatched, casting a formidable shadow over the entire region. Numerous factions have attempted to halt its expansion or conquer the city of Xian, yet they were all thwarted before even nearing the city's front gates, allowing the citizens to live a peaceful life with a deep sense of security. Xian's influence and stature had long surpassed that of the Xiu family, yet he steadfastly refused to ascend to the status of emperor, opting instead to remain a humble city lord. As for Xiu Mei, she spent half of her time assisting Xian in managing the city, amongst other things, and the other half improving her cultivation so that she could stay in this world with her beloved husband longer. While Xiu Mei couldn't even dream of catching up to Xian's cultivation, it was enough for her to live a very long life. 100 years, 300 years, 900 years later, the city of Xian stopped expanding after 250 years of establishment, but it continued to increase its citizens' quality of life and military might. Xian stopped working as much and started spending most of his time with Xiu Mei, who gave up working entirely after she became pregnant with his child. It's a girl, Xian. What should we name her? I'm not good with names, so I will let you decide, then I will think of something. However, halfway into Xiu Mei's pregnancy, a messenger bearing the Celestial Emperor's medallion entered the city of Xian with a simple yet terrifying message for its city lord, Xian. Unbeknownst to Xian at that time, this marked the beginning of the end of his seemingly perfect life. C1428, the first Celestial Emperor. Chapter 1428 The First Celestial Emperor 1428 The First Celestial Emperor. Messenger from the Celestial Palace. What purpose do you have here in my city? Xian spoke as he gazed upon the messenger from his seat. The messenger looked at Xian's arrogant presence with a slight frown on his face, but he refrained from saying anything, as his mission was to recruit Xian. I am here on behalf of His Majesty, the Celestial Emperor, the messenger said as he retrieved a scroll and unsealed it. Xian, one recognized as the God of War, immortal of the battlefield. Your war stories have reached even I, the first Celestial Emperor, Emperor of the Divine Heavens. As an admirer of your indomitable presence on the battlefield, I hereby offer you a position in my celestial army as its Supreme General. As the Supreme General, you will have unimaginable authority within the army, second only to I, the Celestial Commander. Should you accept this position, I shall grant you unlimited wealth, unfathomable power, widespread fame, as well as any single wish within my authority as the ruler of the divine heaven. Xian listened to the Celestial Emperor's message with a nonchalant expression on his face. If it were anybody else in his shoes, they would have been jumping up and down in excitement over such a generous offer. The position of Celestial Emperor came into existence about 100,000 years ago when the patriarch of the most powerful family in the divine heaven decided to rule over the divine heaven. Despite facing considerable opposition from various factions and individuals who questioned the idea of bestowing such immense power and authority upon a single individual, the patriarch had an equal amount of support from those who stood to gain from it. Thus, the Celestial Emperor came into existence with half of the divine heaven against it and the other half supporting it. With the passage of time, the influence of the Celestial Emperor extended its reach, gradually engulfing the entire divine heaven. The power of the Celestial Emperor grew to such an extent that defiance against it became an act of inevitable self-destruction, as his enemies faced swift and merciless judgment, leaving little room for opposition or resistance. The unchecked power and authority wielded by the Celestial Emperor became a tool for exploitation, not only by the Emperor himself, but also by those who surrounded him, leading to corruption and manipulation on an unprecedented scale. Under the dominion of the Celestial Emperor, cultivation resources, precious treasures, and even the natural phenomena of the world fell under its exclusive control. Those who did not submit to its authority were barred from accessing these vital assets, forcing all to pledge allegiance or face deprivation. In response to the tyrannical rule of the Celestial Emperor, countless individuals came together and challenged its oppressive regime, sparking the conflict known as the Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods. The Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods lasted for tens of thousands of years and was nearing its end with the Celestial Emperor having the upper hand. However, the Celestial Emperor was impatient and wanted to end the war as soon as possible. So he sought out Xian, a renowned warlord who had risen to prominence less than 1,000 years ago, intrigued by tales of his achievements. However, after receiving the Celestial Emperor's offer, Xian scoffed inwardly at the messenger and spoke in a calm manner. I don't need such an exalted position, so I will have to decline his offer. Xian actually wanted to curse out the messenger and the Celestial Emperor, but he refrained from doing so. Enraged by Xian's refusal, the messenger's composure shattered, his voice booming with rage. You arrogant little bastard! How dare you refuse the Celestial Emperor's generous offer? You're just a nobody from some backwater background. How dare you? Dong Yi, who was standing beside Xian, immediately drew his sword and pointed it at the messenger. However, Xian quickly gestured for Dong Yi to stop and said, Indeed, I am a nobody, a frog in a well. Therefore, it wouldn't make any sense for me to accept the Celestial Emperor's offer. You may return to the Celestial Emperor and tell him that. Good. You will regret this. The messenger did not linger and immediately left. I knew the Celestial Emperor would make a move on us eventually. Xian sighed afterward. The Celestial Emperor is truly overbearing and arrogant. Even his lackeys are disgusting. I completely understand why there is a war against him right now. Dong Yi sneered in disdain. Prepare the army, just in case they want to start something. We will most likely see that messenger again. Xian said a moment later. As you command. Dong Yi bowed before leaving. True to expectations, several weeks later, the messenger returned with another offer. However, it was a far cry from the previous one. Instead of the prestigious position of Supreme General, the Celestial Emperor now offered Xian the humble role of a foot soldier, a drastic downgrade from his initial proposal. Xian laughed at the offer and made a soldier turn away the messenger without even seeing him. The messenger returned a month later, but this time there was no offer to negotiate. The Celestial Emperor's message was clear and ominous. Either Xian worked for him or faced utter destruction. In response to the threat, Xian killed the messenger and sent his decapitated head back to the Celestial Palace. A week later, hundreds of Celestial Emperor's soldiers showed up at the front gate with the intention of going to war with them. Naturally, Xian had prepared for the Celestial Emperor's confrontation and led his army to face their enemies, quickly slaughtering them. Xian's refusal to bow to the Celestial Emperor quickly became the talk of the divine heaven, reigniting the flames of the dying heavenly war. After experiencing Xian's prowess firsthand, the Celestial Emperor quickly realized that had been trying to tame an uncontrollable monster, deeply regretting it. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.